Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pleasanton Unified School District School Board meeting of June 24th, 2021, our last school board meeting of the year. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hi, Mike.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I just have to say it's lovely to see all of your bright and smiling faces tonight.
Hi, Shelley. Hi, Athena.
So we are welcoming each other to the boardroom after the state of California has reopened. And so as fully vaccinated folks, we are without masks together tonight and very grateful for all of the work the community and the state we did to get us to this point. And so I just had to give you that little comment tonight. So I am Joan Larson. I am the school board president this year. To my right is Dr. David Hagelin, the superintendent of schools. To my left is Mark Miller, the vice president of the board this year, trustee Steve Maher, trustee Kelly McCaughey, trustee Mary Jo Carrion. And still off of the dais, the last time, they'll be back with us at our next meeting. We have Dr. Janelle Woodward, our Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, Mr. Ed Dialazo, our Assistant Superintendent of Student Support Services, Mr. Julio Hernandez, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Mr. Ahmad Sheikh-al-Islami, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, and Mr. Patrick Gannon, our Coordinator of Community Engagement and Communication. Tonight we don't have a student board member to introduce. Our student board members will be joining us again in the fall. But I would like to take the time now to tell you what we did in closed session. So today in closed session, I'll get the business part over with first. On item 2.3.1, the board voted 5-0, moved by trustee McCaughey and seconded by trustee Carrion, to approve a compromise and release agreement for internal case number SED 180.20.21 for the amount not to exceed $12,400. And then, as it is the time of the year when there are there's movement in a school district as people get promoted to positions and people retire, and we have new folks joining us, we have some appointments. So just to let you know that the first item on the agenda, 2.1.1, was pulled, so we won't be bringing an appointment tonight for that. 2.1.2 is the appointment of our coordinator in human resources, and we would really love to welcome Julie Twisselman, who is an internal candidate, to the position. Julie, are you with us tonight? Little bit of technical difficulty. Hang on.
Having sound issues. Hold on a second. It's Lenita.
Just talk a little bit about Julie while they're figuring it out. So it was a 5-0 vote. We are unanimously delighted to make this appointment. Julie's been in our district for a long time, most recently as one of our coaches. So we're very pleased to have her in this new position. Shall we go on to the next one while you guys work it out, or is it going to be the same? Okay, so Julie, hang on, don't go anywhere. We can't wait to welcome you. We're going to move on while you guys figure out the technical stuff to item 2.1.3. This is appointment of our coordinator for student services, and the board is delighted to unanimously welcome Andrea Calloway. Okie dokie. This is going to be not as much fun as I thought. They can't hear me either? I don't want to start all over again.
Do we know if the sound will be going out on TV 30?
We could sing.
You want to check your mic?
All right, my mic is on. Can you now hear me on the broadcast? All right, so I don't know at what point our broadcast cut out, but I'm going to back up just a little bit and go back to 2.1.2, which is our appointment, our unanimous appointment of the Coordinator of Human Resources, Julie Twisselman. Julie, are you with us? Yay! Welcome.
Thank you so much. I appreciate, really looking forward to this new opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. 2.1.3, this is appointment of our Coordinator of Student Services, Andrea Calloway.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, Andrea.
I wanted to say I am thrilled to be joining Pleasanton Unified School District as the Coordinator of Student Services, and I look forward to working with the students, staff, and the families. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Next, we have 2.1.4, Coordinator of High School Operations at Amador Valley High School, Alfonso Powell. Welcome.
Good evening. I am so excited to be coming to Pleasanton Unified School District, and I'm looking forward to being in a school in a district that has a rich history of academics, athletics, and music, and I'm just can't wait to get started. Thank you.
Yay! You hit all the high notes. Yay! These next two positions that I'm going to announce, just for the public's benefit, because of the COVID-19 pandemic and all of the one-time funds that have been granted at the district, we've added a lot of programs to serve students. And because our regular employees have full-time jobs already, we needed to hire some folks to take care of some of these programs. And these next two positions, we're really excited to be able to offer unanimously for the Coordinator of Academic, Extended Day, and Intervention Programs. We'd like to welcome Shelley Hawkins-McCrae.
Good evening, everyone. I'm super excited to be joining PUSD. I'm looking forward to collaborating with the team and working with families, students, and team.
Welcome, Shelley. And the second position that is going to be serving students as we work to provide additional services is our Coordinator of Summer Program Intercession and Extended Learning. And the board we unanimously appointed tonight our very own Jamie Mather. Jamie, are you available?
I am. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I've loved working these last 2 years at Amador Valley High School as a vice principal. And sorry, Alfonso, we won't be working together there. But I'm excited for the opportunity to work with parents, students, staff, and all the stakeholders to make sure that our summer programs and intercession programs go smoothly and awesomely for our students. Thanks.
Thanks, Jamie. And sticking with the theme of Amador Valley High School, our next appointment, 2.1.7, is the vice principal at Amador, and we are proud to unanimously welcome Athena Duran.
Hi, good evening.
Welcome.
Hi, yeah, I'm really excited for this opportunity. I am a graduate and student of the Pleasanton Unified School District, and I'm really excited to come back home and serve in the community that has done so much for me. So thank you.
Welcome. And then next, we have another principal appointment, this one at Hearst Elementary School. And we are again glad to welcome an internal promotion to Carla Henderson unanimously. Welcome, Carla.
Hi, thank you so much. I am delighted to serve as the principal of Phoebe Apperson Hearst Elementary School, and I look forward to working with our students, families, and community stakeholders. Thank you.
Another promotion we have tonight to announce is the principal for Moore Elementary School, and the board unanimously appoints Stephanie Pavlenko. Stephanie.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, trustees and cabinet, for this wonderful opportunity. I'm truly excited to join Moore Elementary School. I would like to thank the interview panel for their time and consideration. I would love to thank the PMS community. I would like to share my love and gratitude for an amazing 2 years working beside an extraordinary staff. And to the Moore community, I am beyond excited to be joining you and honored in these next few years with you. Thank you.
Welcome. And then our last appointment this evening, 2.1.10, this is our Chief Technology Officer, who we are all very dependent on. So the board tonight would like to announce that we've unanimously appointed Robert Torres. Robert.
Good evening, trustees. Good evening, cabinet members and members of the community. I am excited about this opportunity to come and serve the Pleasanton Unified School District, the students, the staff, and the stakeholders, these parents, to make sure that we have the best technology out there in the Alameda County. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Welcome. I would like to repeat, since we had some technical difficulty, just for the public's sake, I'd like to go back to the other thing we had to announce out of our action out of closed session. 2.3.1, the board voted 5-0, moved by trustee McCaughey and seconded by trustee Carrion, to approve a compromise and release agreement for internal case number SED 180.20.21 for the amount not to exceed $12,400. Wanted to make sure that got into the record. All right, that was the exciting stuff for closed session. It's always wonderful to welcome new and promoting folks in our district. So now we will move on to item number 5, which is approval of the agenda. Is there anything that needs to be moved, or can I have a motion to accept the agenda, approve the agenda?
I'll move to accept the agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right, 5-0. It's so nice to be able to do a voice vote again. Thank you. All right, so now we're going to move on to our next section, which is recognitions and introductions. And tonight, shall I just kick it on over to Trustee Maher, or do you have an introduction? All right, so 6.1, we have the recognition of student cricket. Trustee Maher.
Okay, do we have them on Zoom, I hope? Yes.
It should be there, Trustee Maher.
Are they there? Okay.
Yes, Esther, this is Ramesh Imadi, and I have a day also.
Okay, on behalf of the board and the entire board here, because I know we're all very interested in cricket, and we attend cricket games, go to cricket pitch openings and so forth, it's a pleasure. And I commend and recognize 2 young men from Amador Valley High School, A.J. Imadi and Kanish Bala, who have been selected to the under-19 National Cricket Training Team and will be traveling this summer throughout the United States with the team. And then a big shout out to Ramesh Imadi, who initiated the cricket in this city and district and is responsible for the surge in popularity with many youngsters playing cricket. Pleasanton has partnered with the Cricket for Cubs, and we have a legitimate now cricket pitch at Alice House School. Thank you, Ramesh, and congratulations again to AJ and Kanish.
And just a reminder to the public and to our fellow trustees, we have a new policy this year where any board trustee that would like to make a recognition. You get two per year. So now Steve's counter starts over in the fall, so, you know. So feel free to let us know if there's someone you'd like to recognize. 6.2, this is the recognition of We Are Pleasanton. Dr. Haglin. Ramesh, did you have any of the gentlemen, young men with you this evening?
Yes, Ajay is on the call.
Oh, wonderful. I didn't see them on there. Would they like to say a few words?
So Ajay, you are on mute.
Hi, my name is Ajay Mahdi, and I'm going to be a senior next year at Amador Valley High School. I just want to thank PUSD for their continued support for popularizing the sport of cricket in Pleasanton communities. When I started the cricket club at Harvest Park Middle School back when I was in 6th grade, we were barely able to field a team of 10 people, and now there's hundreds of kids playing in Pleasanton communities, and that's thanks to PUSD board. And now the outside cricket pitch that was introduced last month will only popularize the sport even more in Pleasanton communities. Thank you.
What's your shirt look like, AJ? What's your shirt? What shirt you're wearing?
What was that? I couldn't hear you.
Stand up, let's see your shirt.
Oh, it's a USA cricket shirt.
Awesome. Do we have the other student with us as well?
Unfortunately, he's not able to join. He's having some technical difficulties.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. And AJ, sorry, I didn't see you on the Zoom. I appreciate you waiting patiently, and thank you, Dr. Haglin, for checking.
Very good. Give me 30 seconds here. Just for a second. I'm sorry. We're trying to raise our next person. So we'll see if it works. All right. So in our next recognition, one of the things that I appreciate most about Pleasanton is how the community comes together to support our students and our schools. That support net for our kids expands well beyond the walls of our classrooms to include many local businesses, alumni, and city residents. Last year, a group of community leaders, led by local restaurant owner Todd Uticall, got together to form a group that's now known as We Are Pleasanton for one simple reason, and that was to help school facilities measure up to PUSD's world-class staff and students. Their first goal was to bring an 8,000 square foot shade structure to the Amador Valley High School campus. Through an ambitious fundraising effort, the We Are Pleasanton group raised $225,000 to fund this project with the support of Amador students, local businesses, community members, our friends at PPIE, and district staff. We're thrilled to see this project break ground on July 14th. Todd and the We Are Pleasanton group aren't stopping there. They're now on a mission to raise $3 million to provide Pleasanton Middle School with a modern track and sports field. Todd represents the very best of what makes Pleasanton an amazing place to live, work, and to raise a family. So thank you, Todd. And Todd is the owner of Sidetrack Restaurant here in Pleasanton. And he was going to log on tonight, but he may be in the midst of a dinner rush. And so we're trying to see if we can't get him on Zoom. And if not, I will certainly walk over to Sidetrack and say thank you myself. So maybe later, if we get Todd on, we can interrupt our process.
That would be great.
Have him say something.
And just for the public, if you're interested in participating in We Are Pleasanton, you can find a link there on ppie.org's website. All right, so maybe we'll come back. Thank you, Todd, and thanks to everyone who's participated with however small. It isn't really about necessarily how much money you have or, how big a donation you can make. It's about participating in supporting the schools and students. So we really appreciate everyone pitching in as a community. It's really awesome. All right, now we'll move on to item 7. This is where we hear from representatives from our labor associations. And first up, we'll hear from Michelle Verkeilen, the president of the Association of Pleasanton Teachers.
Good evening, President Larson, members of the board, Dr. Haglund, members of the cabinet, and our community. I am Michelle Verkeilen, president of the Association of Pleasanton Teachers. I want to start out by honoring and recognizing the addition of Juneteenth, National Independence Day, as a legal public holiday. We are pleased that our school district is moving forward to recognize and remedy the inequities that our students face, and we look forward to the day when there is truly justice for all. Pleasanton students deserve the best. A district supports their students by providing the best resources and supports. A district supports their students by providing the best opportunities to all their students. And a district supports their students by investing in attracting and retaining the best highly qualified educators. I have had several disconcerting conversations with our educators in the last month. I am seeing more mid and late career people leaving our district because they are being outpriced of the Bay Area. They cannot afford to stay here, even at this point in their careers. I have also been welcoming our newly hired educators, many who voiced concern because they did not realize that the district does not contribute to benefits. Unfortunately, they will probably not stay. Once upon a time, our salary schedule was clearly higher than surrounding districts because it took into account that we were paying health benefits out of that. That is no longer the case. We used to be high even once benefits were paid for. Now we fall below. Educators that have to carry the benefits for their family can no longer afford to stay here. Later this evening, you will have a PUSD Compensation Board presentation. I have had several members reach out that would like to make sure that all are aware that Pleasanton teachers and service personnel, our APT members, pay for their benefits out of this posted salary. So keep in mind to subtract from that posted salary $11,000 for an individual or $27,000 for a family. You will quickly see on the comparison chart that anyone having to pay healthcare for their family ends up at the bottom of the chart. Pleasanton students deserve the best. We need to not just attract, but retain. I offer a friendly reminder tonight that surrounding districts, including West Contra Costa County, are hiring more educators, more counselors, more nurses. They are investing in their students by providing substantial cost of living increases for their educators and increasing their standard of living and mental health well-being by providing increases to their educators' benefits. Surrounding districts are taking our educators because they offer benefits or benefit stipends on top of their posted salary. Our competitiveness has waned. Pleasanton students deserve the best. Students are losing their teachers, their counselors, their nurses, their educators, and pupil support services. Members are leaving our district when they realize they cannot afford to stay here because our wages have not kept up with the rate of Bay Area inflation nor healthcare premium increases. Every year, our educators' dollars do not stretch as far. We have to invest in our programs, and our programs include our educators. Remember that our employee working conditions are our students' learning conditions. Supporting our students means investing in educators so that they can live and be a part of their community and don't have to commute for over an hour to serve them. Supporting our students means investing in educators so that they don't have to have a second job. Supporting our students means investing in our educators so that they can afford health insurance and stay here. Supporting our students means investing in educators so that they can completely focus on the job about which they are passionate. Pleasanton students deserve the best. Support our students by providing them and the educators that serve them with the best. Thank you.
Thank you. And now from our California School Employees Association, President Derek Pizarros.
Thank you, Trustee Larson. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees. Superintendent Haglund, Cabinet, and the greater PUSD community. Forgive my lack of prepared statement this evening, as I honestly had prepared a different statement based on the day I had expected to have. I had prepared I'd prepared to celebrate with all of you the first steps made in reconciling a contentious year of negotiations. I'd prepared a congratulations to the two negotiating teams for calling out highlights to recognize concessions made on both sides in the interest of finding the difficult but necessary medium. I wanted to welcome our new leadership announcements tonight with optimism and point to the cooperative standards set by the district. I had prepared heartfelt thanks to the support of Pleasanton teachers, the community, Dr. Haglund, and the Board of Trustees that surely made an impact on closing our negotiations. I wanted to let Pleasanton's Chapter 155 know that their tenacity, their hard work, and the devotion to the integrity of their labor and its value had paid off. Unfortunately, I can't make that statement this evening. I want to publicly thank the classified members that showed up this afternoon, along with their friends and families, to deliver our message at the district office. Tonight, I want to implore the trustees to ask deep questions about compensation. Who gets it, how they get it, how it compares to our neighbors, and if the data presented is apples to apples. Also, what compensation within and outside of wages might heal this poor morale. I'd like the Board of Trustees to listen for the answers. They may exist in a conversation at the grocery store, an epiphany on a Sunday afternoon, or even a public statement this evening. I'm going to keep my mind open for these answers as well, and I hope that they find our way to our negotiating table. When we meet again, my hope is that I can deliver you the original statement I'd prepared for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, now we move on to the portion of our agenda where we hear from public comment on items that are not on our agenda. And due to the Brown Act, items that are not on our agenda, we do not discuss or take up at that time, but we are available to listen to the community. So, Mr. Gannon, do we have a blue card for this evening?
Yes, we do have one public comment. It is from Miss Linda Pipe.
Linda, are you available?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Linda.
Okay. Shoot, now I can't see what I was going to write. Hold on 1 minute. Sorry. Thank you. I've worked for PUSD for over 13 years, and I continue to be disgusted by the disingenuous nature of PUSD leadership and decision-making. You as a board have the responsibility to make sure that all employees are treated fairly, yet when CSEA requests that our benefits even remotely keep pace with basic inflation, we are told this isn't, and I quote, in the best interest of the district. Last year's CTCS study clearly showed that PUSD benefits to classified employees were between 15 to 25% below those of comparable districts. This fact continues to be ignored by PUSD management. The amount given for benefits to CSEA does not even cover the cost of the lowest Kaiser plan for employee only. Keep in mind that the amount asked for by CSEA is far less than the guaranteed 3.5% backroom deal being given to the 5 highest paid employees of the district, a deal which also includes paying 100% of medical for them and all of their dependents. Yet when CSEA asks for some level of parity with local districts, the district and the board turn a blind eye and deaf ear to our requests. Is there any wonder that the rank and file who keep this district running are a bit irate and feel there are 2 levels of appreciation? This is disingenuous and frankly is insulting. The Pleasanton community has voted repeatedly down parcel taxes because PUSD is not a good steward of money. When you have a budget, a pot of money if you will, you make sure you pay for the things that matter. Obviously, classified employees do not matter to PUSD. It is the board's responsibility to ensure that all, and I mean all, employees are treated fairly. PUSD loves to talk about equity. CSEA deserves more than the scraps left over after the backroom deals are cut. Thank you.
Are there any other public speakers this evening?
That's it, Joe.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so we'll move on now to item 9, which we do not have a student board member report this evening. So item number 10 is the superintendent's report. Dr. Hagelin.
Thank you, President Larson. I am grateful to end the year with so much hope for the return of normalcy in the coming school year. Vaccines and lower transmission rates have enabled masks to come off and smiling faces to emerge. While students are able to breathe freely outside, most are choosing to wear their masks as they congregate with others. I appreciate their safety-first attitude. While masks continue to be required indoors on K-12 campuses in California, regardless of vaccination status, this seems to be a minor inconvenience compared to the benefit of having our young people back on campus. I'm grateful for our teachers and classified team members who are working this summer to provide various intervention and enrichment programs for our kids. And we look forward to seeing the vast majority of our students back on campus, in person, 5 days a week, beginning August 11th. We have learned a great deal during the pandemic, and in some ways we've been forced to adopt strategies for remote learning and working. As we move forward, some of those new learnings will sustain themselves in the form of changes in practice. For example, the use of remote learning and communication tools will likely be reduced, but it's not likely to completely fade away. As a part of the governor's recent executive orders, the flexibility given to boards and other local governments to conduct virtual meetings is set to expire at the end of September. Assuming all things remain the same, we anticipate that our board meetings will return to regular order at that time. That said, we have experienced much higher levels of engagement with community members by providing the opportunity for individuals to make public comments via Zoom. That is one practice or one example of a strategy that I hope to see continued as an option for our community. When we return to regular order, we will be pleased to welcome those interested in coming to the boardroom to make comments in person. At the same time, individuals who prefer to call in and be in the meeting will hopefully be afforded that opportunity as well, so that we can continue the high levels of engagement that we've experienced during the pandemic. During the summer, we have continued to make progress at our various construction projects. The new buildings at Foothill and Amador Valley are on track for opening in the fall, and the Leidixson rebuild has moved into Phase 2, with work beginning on the kindergarten area and the admin buildings. The parking lot work at Hart will conclude in the coming few weeks, and work will then shift to the front of campus as we begin to raise a new science building in that location. Yesterday, Mr. Sheikho Salami and I took time to take a look at the painting project at Foothill High School. It's amazing to see the difference as the school site is being refreshed and as Falcon Blue replaces the red roofs of the school. While next year will likely present new challenges, some that we may not even be aware of yet, we will continue to provide safe and effective learning and working environments for our employees, our students, and their families. Your board and cabinet are working to identify and obtain new sources of revenue to supplement the shortfalls in California's funding mechanisms and to counteract a recent decline in enrollment. The Pleasanton Virtual Academy is helping to establish one of those footholds for new enrollment. I'd like to offer a special thanks to Mr. Ed Dialazzo and Ms. Heather Pereira and the Educational Options team for their focused work in this area. Finally, I just want to put in one more plug for our summer celebration of the class of 2020. The survey that was sent to students and families via email closes tomorrow. So I hope that our class of 2020 students and families will check their emails and complete this interest form between now and noon tomorrow. So that's my report.
I want to say appreciation for the opportunity to recognize our 2020 graduates. It was a rough year for them, and that would be nice to be able to to have a celebration, something similar to what they would have had with a regular graduation. All right, thank you for that report. Now we'll move on to item 11. This is our consent agenda for fairly routine items that we usually pass with one vote. But if there's an item that a board member would like to discuss, let me know.
Yes, I'd like to discuss 11.8, please.
All right. Seeing none other, I'll seek a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 11.8.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda except for 11.8.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Yay. All right. Trustee Makashi, you wish to speak to 11.8?
Yes, I just wanted to take a moment to express my appreciation for the approval of the Pleasanton Unified School District and a grant on behalf of the Department of Rehabilitation. This is a grant for the Weekend Work grant that services students with disabilities, ages 16 through 21. And I think this is an amazing opportunity to help support our youth with disabilities for pre-employment services. And speaking from my heart with an adult brother who would have benefited with these types of services nearly 30 years ago, I just wanted to take a moment and say thank you to the district. That's all I wanted to say.
Would you like to make the motion to approve?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve 11.8.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the agreement between Pleasanton Unified and the DOR for July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2024 to provide work experience opportunities for students with disabilities through the Weekend Work services. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Carries. Thank you, 5-0. Now we'll move on to item numbers 12, report, discussion, and possible action on these items. The first one tonight is 12.1, which is report, discussion, and ratification on the Altamont EAB grant. Are we going?
With that, we're going to turn it over to Mr. Sheikh-Oslami.
Thank you, Mr. Hackland. And before I begin, I really want to appreciate the hard work of the CNS team this year. It was truly a challenging year, and every day, rain or shine, the CNS team showed up and provided food to our community. So when an opportunity presented itself, one of our community members, Jill Buck, on the Grow Green Initiative, brought forward an opportunity for a grant. I didn't think there'd be any takers. You know, we were in the midst of trying to figure out how we're going to open school. But the CNS team, led by Mary and Kelsey Perus, they raised their hand, and I said, you guys want to go for it? I'll support you. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Kelsey, and she can kind of introduce this grant and this great, exciting opportunity for the district.
Thanks for that beautiful introduction, Ahmad. And I just want to say good evening. I wanted to share and report that Child Nutrition Services applied for the Altamont Education Grant with the intention of receiving funding for a sustainability intern for the 2021-2022 school year. We are happy to report that PUSD CNS Department was awarded the funding in the amount of $49,499, allowing us to bring on a paid sustainability intern for the next school year. The primary focus of this intern will be to support CNS leadership and the district office green team as we work to comply with Assembly Bill 1326 and Senate Bill 1383. These bills apply stricter regulations for organic waste recycling projects, reduction of food waste, and systems for food recovery. The addition of this intern will support PUSD CNS Department and its ongoing mission to increase sustainability practices as part of the global work being done by PUSD's green teams. We're thankful to share this news with you this evening and excited to work on Going Greener this upcoming school year. Thank you so much.
That's great news. Are there questions from the trustees this evening for Kelsey? No, congratulations. So on that, I'll seek a motion to approve the Child Nutrition Services use of funds for this.
I'll make the motion to approve Child Nutrition Services use of funds granted by the Ultimate Settlement Agreement Education Advisory Board.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve item 12.1. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Great. Thank you very much. How exciting. Great work to have some on-the-job training for this new intern as well. Item 12.2, report and discussion on grading for equity. And this presentation is from Joe Feldman of Crescendo Education Group. Dr. Woodward.
Thank you. Good evening, President Larson, trustees, Superintendent Haglund, Cabinet, Pleasanton community. So our district seeks to improve the accuracy, bias resistance, and motivation of secondary teacher grading practices as a key lever for instructional improvement, and to increase opportunities for the success of all students, particularly those who have been historically underserved. So the purpose of this evening's presentation is to communicate the importance of equitable grading to ensure grading practices are accurate, bias-resistant, and motivational. It will include the theory and the framework for the work that we will be doing with equitable grading, and will share the intended professional development design for teacher cohorts in the upcoming school year, along with our anticipated outcomes. So I'd like to introduce Director Graywall and Joe Feldman from Crescendo Education Group. Go ahead, Marta.
Thank you, Dr. Woodward. I actually don't have anything to add to your comments, and I would just like to welcome Joe, and we're very excited to hear his presentation tonight. I believe Joe is here.
I am. I had to press all the buttons. Well, hello. I'm really grateful to be speaking with all of you today and to be invited to give a quick overview of the work of equitable grading and the proposed partnership that we'll be having with Pleasanton Unified. My name is Joe Feldman. I'm a former high school English and American history teacher. I've been principal of a couple different high schools. I was the director of K-12 instruction for Union City. And I was also worked in the central office of the New York City Department of Education. I currently live in Oakland, California. And I started doing this work in 2013 because as a teacher and then as a principal and then as a district administrator, I always struggled with talking about grading and began talking with other practitioners, and they had the same struggle that I did. So in 2013, after I researched, I found that it's not only me, that a lot of us are having struggles with addressing grading for lots of reasons that I'll talk about, and found actually that there's a lot of implications for equity work. And so it's my pleasure to share some of what we've learned about equitable grading, and I said in the work that we'll be doing with Pleasanton Unified, hopefully. So I will now do the thing where I talk while I'm pressing the sequence of buttons that allow me to share my screen. All right. So we have had the fortune of partnering with lots of different schools and districts across the country. So you can see it's small, large county offices of education, as well as independent schools and universities and colleges, and advocacy organizations for teachers and the students who they serve. And the pandemic has actually accelerated folks' interest in this. During the pandemic and remote learning, we saw much more clearly how many of our traditional grading practices that we've inherited actually weaken teaching and learning and undermine our equity work. And there's now just this huge wave of interest in tackling something that's been so difficult for so long. And I think part of the challenge that grading has always caused us is that we've always thought that the grades are kind of this final coda in this long symphony of teaching and learning. You're just adding up points over the number possible, or you're just kind of putting out the percentage of the total scores, and that's it. But grading is much more complex than that. When teachers think about grading, it's not just putting a bunch of numbers into software. They have to decide what categories am I going to have for grading, and how much are different things worth? And if a student doesn't turn in something like they're supposed to, what are the implications? It actually is interwoven into every pedagogical decision that a teacher makes, because anytime a teacher asks for a task to be completed, whether it be an in class or out of class, they have to decide, am I going to grade this or not? And if so, with what amount and what consequences, and all kinds of decisions. And we know that grades are one of the primary factors in many decisions that are made about our students, from course placement to graduation to who gets what remediation or supports, who plays in the soccer game and who doesn't. It even implicates family cash flow and income and wealth. Because in California, your insurance rates are driven by your child's GPA. And work permits you can't get without a GPA, and of course, scholarships. So there are huge implications about grades. And the irony, one of the ironies, is that teachers get no formal training in how to grade. It is not addressed in any postgraduate education programs. It's not part of onboarding. When teachers get new curriculum, there's no discussion of the grading. And so teachers are left with trying to construct grading based on these three sources of information: personal experiences, how was I graded when I was a student, or how have I been grading, or how did my mentor teacher grade when I was learning to teach, or the culture. So when I join a school or when I become an employee of the district, somebody probably gives me some sheet of paper that says something around the percent categories or something like that. Or the grading software, your student information software, actually makes a lot of decisions for teachers without them sort of recognizing it. And education and research. And just like what I experienced, there's very little that teachers get. And so many teachers justifiably lean on their own experiences. And therefore what happens is that teachers replicate how they were taught. There's no research underneath it. They just replicate it because that's all they know. And that's all they can be expected to do. And not only do we want to talk about grading because of the pedagogical reasons, but there are equity implications to this. And it's important, I think, I'm sure you've all had lots of conversations about equity, and just so you know how we come to it, is that we come to it recognizing that we work within a legacy of schooling in the United States that historically has not served groups of students well. So this is over multiple generations. And when we say groups of students, we mean particularly students of color, Black students, Latinx, Indigenous students, students whose families are lower income, whose first language isn't English, and who have special needs or IEPs. We, as a legacy of schools, have not served those students well. And what that has looked like is that we have denied or excluded those groups from accessing aspects of our educational system, like the same high quality teaching, or the same resources or supports, or even the dignity and voice that we've given to those communities in our schools. And so the result of this over multiple generations is that we can predict with a high degree of confidence the outcomes of students academically based on those characteristics, their race or their family income or their parents' education background or first language. And I'm confident that no teacher in Pleasanton Unified went into teaching so that you could predict the outcomes of students based on those immutable characteristics or characteristics outside their control, right? We went into school so you couldn't predict outcomes based on those things. And this quote is so helpful in thinking about this, which is, all organizations are perfectly designed to get the results they get. We would argue that the schools that we've inherited are actually designed to have achievement and opportunity disparities. And the grading system is a key part of this inherited system that we have, and it's actually perpetuating achievement and opportunity gaps without us realizing it. And it does it in two ways. The first is that our traditional grading practices reward students with privilege and punish those without privileges and resources. And it actually makes it harder for students who don't have resources and privilege from becoming successful. And so we actually have to critically interrogate our inherited systems of grading if we're going to make a difference and change the outcomes. And this quote from Professor Bettina Love out of the University of Georgia is right on. We actually can't look to the system that creates and perpetuates the disparities to solve its own problem. We have to take a much more active role and a critical role in that. So I'm not going to go into the full history because we don't have that much time. But when you consider that we've had tectonic changes in our schools over the last century, we unbolted the desks, which, believe it or not, was actually very radical and controversial at the time. People thought that if you unbolted the desk, kids would just run around crazy. And so you needed to have them sit in a single place. The way students access information is totally different. The way students interact with it, where the teacher is, how students engage with the learning has fundamentally changed. And yet report cards are almost identical. So the one on the left is from 1918. The one on the right is from a century later. Subject, 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 letter, 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 and some cumulative calculation. And so again, I can't spend the time now going through the history of grading, but just understanding that of all possible universes of grading system, why do we have this one? And it really began during the Industrial Revolution, where there were some big ideas that were going on in the time, such as there's fixed intelligence and you're born with a set of smarts and that's what you have for your whole life. And that's how we got the eugenics movement and phrenology and all kinds of diabolical things. And that we want our schools primarily to sort students. We need to know who's going to college and who's not, who's going to work directly in the factories. And so we came up with a letter system, A, B, C, D, we used to have an E actually, and F. And those letters enabled us to easily sort students, to figure out who was smart and who wasn't. And we didn't want to waste resources on students who were in the lower tracks because we knew they were going directly into factories. And so we pushed all the resources to be most efficient for the students in the upper tracks, and we identified them by letters. It was much simpler than what we had done in the one-room schoolhouses. That was a way oversimplification of all that was happening, but I think that's enough for what we have time for. So more importantly, having this 100-year-old grading system actually is negatively impacting teaching and learning, and it's hurting our most vulnerable students without us even realizing it. And again, teachers, there's no blame for any teachers because we were never given the opportunity to more deeply understand grading. So one of the consequences of this inherited system is that grading is this commodity and teachers are the vendors, right? So when kids enter kindergarten, first grade, if you walk into a classroom, there is no kid who is saying, how many points do we get for this, right? There's no discussion of points or of grades. And somewhere around the third, fourth grade, teachers start introducing points, right? You lose a point if you turn in something late of your 3 points, or the quietest group gets 5 points, or we don't go out to recess until everybody has a certain number of points that they've accumulated over the course of the morning. And this blossoms in middle school and high school, where everything is about points. You lose points if you turn something in late, you get more points if it's turned in early. It's a constant quest for points. And teachers often are frustrated that students are so consumed with points and they're haggling over points and they're watching their grades and their percentages like they're watching the stock market on their apps, right? And we have taught them that learning is just about points. And that's actually something that we've inherited, this idea of extrinsic motivation for students. The second thing that happens for this inherited system is that we actually mislead our students. So I'll go into this in a little more deeply. So when a teacher is sitting down for a caregiver conference or about to press submit in their gradebook, they have a whole lot of information about each of their students. How they grew, what they struggled with, what things they were good at, what things they haven't quite figured out yet, all kinds of stuff. And they get to give the letter, right? This is the inheritance of the Industrial Revolution. And when teachers are trying to figure this out, they're thinking about, okay, I want the grade to represent a student's level of content understanding. I wanted to include homework and effort and growth and participation and extra credit and when things were handed in, right? All these diverse things, so that when a student gets a grade, right, it is this accumulation of all these different things, academic things, non-academic things, which starts to make it really confusing for what the grade actually represents. And every teacher starts doing it differently, even within the same subject, right? You could have two teachers. I'll just jump to this right here. You could have two teachers teaching the same subject and a student who would have identical performance in two different teachers' classrooms. And because they are using different grading systems, they would get different grades. And we don't want the outcome, the reporting of student performance, to be dependent on the particular grading system that a teacher uses. And students know that this is happening, that every teacher is doing something different. This is a quote from a student, high school student. Every teacher has their own way of grading, which I think is confusing to the students. When you first change classes, you don't know how that teacher is going to grade the homework, so you don't really know how to do it as far as making sure all your answers are right, because some teachers, they don't grade homework at all. They just look through it and, oh, you tried 100%. And others are just, no, you have to get this answer exactly right or you're not getting the points. It's really confusing because you don't know how it's going to be. My sister's a teacher, so I try and talk to her about this kind of stuff all the time, and she's usually confused by it a lot too, and she's 28, which I think is just adorable. And even when we ask teachers, so this is a survey that we often do with teachers. It's a very comprehensive survey, but we ask a couple of questions in that I think will just illuminate again, like how every teacher is doing a different alchemy of these different ratios of how much tests are worth and how much homework and how much you take off if you're late. So we asked this pair of questions. The first question is, are your grades accurate reflections of preparation for the next year in the subject, right? So are my grades accurately describing a student's readiness for the next level? And as you can see, it's a total of 100% because it's broken up by what percent of respondents did different things, right? So in this case, the vast majority of teachers would report that my grades accurately reflect a student's preparation for the next year. All right. We also ask another question, which is the grades of the students coming into your class, how accurately do they reflect preparation for your class, right? So you've just been asked, how accurate are your grades? Now I want you to tell me, how accurate are your colleagues' grades? And the majority say, no, those grades are not accurate. So in other words, I'm accurate, but my colleagues, I don't know what they're doing, right? And so what happens is that all these teachers are thinking about, how can I make my grading the most important way that I communicate messages and meaning to students, but every teacher is doing it differently. And so what happens is they're all making tweaks to this dysfunctional system that we've inherited, often idiosyncratically and based on beliefs with subjectivity and biases. But every teacher deeply cares about their grading system. No teacher is saying, I don't care what the grades are, right? Every teacher is trying to invest their grades with meaning and value about what's important in their community of learning in this classroom. How do they motivate students? What's important to prepare them for the professional world? It's just every teacher is doing it differently. And because every teacher is doing it differently, there's a profound system-wide impact, which is that we are potentially getting inaccurate and unreliable information about students' academic performance. We may have students who are angels in the classroom doing everything the teacher says, but are weak on the content understanding, and they're getting a B. And we may have the reverse, where a student knows all the content of the course, but comes in late every day and hands in homework late every day and is also getting a B. So now we have two students getting Bs who are totally different from each other. And how do we know which kids need support when the grade is not a helpful lens into their need? So there may be students who are on the athletic field who shouldn't be, and there may be students who should be and are actually not in the right courses because of non-academic information that's been included in the grade. And so we are in a situation where we are potentially misplacing resources and supports and putting students in the wrong classes and not giving support to students who need it and giving it to those who don't, because we've inherited this system where teachers are packing so much information into a tiny little container. And finally, the harm to students from our inherited system. We know that a big part of adolescence is identity construction. Who am I? And one of the most profound ways that students identify who they are is by the grades that their teachers give them. And students don't say, I've struggled in math. They say, I'm a D student in math. In my life, the thing that causes me the most stress is the amount that teaching revolves around points and grades. So that was a lot of the why. Like we, and a sense of urgency to address something that is often difficult because many teachers regard grading as the last island of autonomy, that with all the mandates placed on them, this is the last place they can bring their full professional judgment. And to encroach on that creates reasonable defensiveness and protection, and a real concern for whether their professional judgment will be compromised. But we haven't had the language and the opportunity to really address it in a thoughtful way before. And so when we frame this around what is equitable grading, it has three components. We want our grades to be accurate reflections of a student's academic performance. We want our grades to be bias resistant, that they counteract institutional biases and prevent implicit biases from infecting the grade. And we want grades to be motivational, that they build students' intrinsic motivation and sense of efficacy. And I'll give you a quick example. So a common grading practice, and I'll actually stop sharing the screen so I can sort of have a little bit of a conversation for a minute, and then I'll share this up again in a minute. So a common grading practice is to average performance over time. So if you can imagine, let's say I'm teaching how to write a persuasive essay, and I'm going to have 5 essays over the unit, okay? And it lasts, I don't know, 6 weeks or something. And I have one student who, from the very beginning, is doing A quality work, and I have another student who starts low and gradually improves their performance and does well at the end. So traditionally what we do is we average performance over time, right? We put all the grades in and the software does an averaging. And so the student who performed well throughout has an A, of course, and the student that started low and worked their way up actually ends up having a grade that's in the middle. So we have now created an inaccurate description of that student's performance, right? Because if we sat both of the students down, they would both be able to write a high quality essay, an A-level essay. But because we are averaging performance over time, the second student has a grade that doesn't accurately describe their level of essay writing. So we have now been inaccurate in our description because we're averaging. And a more equitable practice is to look at the most recent performance. How did the student do at the end of their learning when it's now more accurate? But we also by averaging performance over time, we're investing it with bias and institutional biases. And I won't go too much into that, but we are essentially allowing the historical disparities in wealth and resources and opportunities over time to then come into our classroom. So let's say the student who came in writing A's throughout, they weren't born knowing how to write an A essay, right? Maybe the summer before, they were in a writing program at the local community college. They didn't know how to write a persuasive essay, but it was a great program, and they learned to write a high-quality essay. They had the money, they could get the transportation, they didn't have other responsibilities, they weren't taking care of younger siblings, whatever. And they come into the class, and they do great. And we average performance over time. We don't average overall time, we average just for the time they're in our class. And because that student had resources before they came in, they get an A. Take the other student. They weren't in the summer writing program. For whatever reason, they couldn't afford it, didn't have the transportation, had to get a job, had to take care of younger siblings, whatever. They came into the class not knowing how, and they learned how to do it. When we average performance over time, we are disproportionately rewarding the student who had resources prior to coming into our class and disproportionately making it harder for the student who didn't to become successful. And when we include only the most recent performance, we now no longer disproportionately reward the student with resources and disproportionately harm and make it harder for the student who didn't. The final pillar, you might remember, is motivational. So think about the student who comes in and does poorly at the beginning. They know the math. They know that they will have to have unbelievable effort to pull themselves out of this hole because we're averaging them. And they, for many legitimate reasons, will be like, well, what's the point? Even if I work my tail off and make it all the way to writing a successful essay, I'm still going to have a mediocre grade. So a lot of students, unsurprisingly, decide to just opt out. And teachers will tell you stories of at a certain point during the quarter or the term, students will identify that they are so far behind and they are mathematically essentially prohibited from being successful in the class. A more equitable practice when we look at most recent performance is we no longer hold mistakes against students, right? We say to them, make mistakes. We love mistakes. And we talk about growth mindset. And yet when we average, we punish students for mistakes because the mistakes they make at the beginning hold their grade down. And when we use most recent performance, we no longer hold them down. All right, so that was a quick crash course in one of the practices, and there are many. And I'm just gonna rip through these at my own risk. So not averaging performance over time and not using the 0 to 100 scale, not including student behaviors in the grade or formative assessments, and instead making the grade only reflective of a student's academic performance at the end of their learning with rubrics and clarity and explicitness, with opportunities for retakes and redos and the 0 to 4 scale, and a lot more opportunities for formative feedback. We've done this work all over the country and the same things happen over and over. And I got about 4 more minutes. What we see over and over is that there is reduced grade inflation and reduced grade deflation at the same time. And most dramatically for different populations. So what we see is that students aren't getting all the points for just doing the stuff, like bringing in the food for the potluck, and just because they got their homework done on time every day, right? Even though it may have nothing to do with their learning. And students who are disproportionately punished for not being able to bring casseroles for the potluck. And other kinds of more sophisticated and yet traditional inherited ways of grading. And what students tell us and what teachers tell us is that students become a lot more motivated and have more hope and are less stressed and focused on points. And they talk about their progress in terms of their content strengths. They don't say, I'm 2 points away from an A. They say, if I can just apply negative exponents to the distributive property, I'll have an A. And that's music to math teachers' ears, even though some others of us don't know exactly what that is all about. And that their relationships with teachers get a lot stronger. Teachers talk about how this is hard work and causes them all kinds of emotions, because as you can imagine, the teacher who believes that they've been doing the right thing because they were doing the best they could and constructed with no research support now has to encounter the idea that they actually weren't helping students who they thought they were helping. And that is not easy. But very quickly in this process, they have a lot more confidence in their accuracy and fairness of the way that they grade. And their arguments go down with students, and all kinds of other great things happen. So how do we do this? What's the partnership going to look like? Well, it is not going to be that we recommend to the board a set of policies and you just say, okay, we're done, because teachers don't like that. As you may know, they don't like when you just say, okay, we're just making this fix, because you're encroaching on hallowed ground justifiably for them. Instead, what this requires is to invest in them, to build their capacity and build their understanding of what the research is, and then to give them opportunities to try the practices. So this is where the guardrails are set up by administration or boards and give the teachers the protected space to learn and grow and try these practices, and then to collect evidence around the benefits of the practices that they can share, that then start to build momentum and confidence that these practices help our students in Pleasanton, just like they helped in other places. So let me quickly share the proposed design. And that is that there will be a 2-day kickoff for a cohort of teachers in the district where they will be the researchers. They will, over the course of the year, have time to spend on learning the practices and trying them out in what are called action research cycles. Let me get down to this. During the first 2 days, we tell them everything, all the history and all the ways that this could be better and all the more equitable practices. And then we let them choose what they're going to try and what kind of data they're going to collect to help determine how the practices worked. And then they bring those back in the next workshop to share with their colleagues. And what happens is, over time, you build a body of evidence in your context about the benefits of the practices. Because grading is so idiosyncratic, we also have coaches. For every teacher in the cohort, they will get a remote coach who is a teacher in their discipline or related discipline, who knows all about the practices, who will, in the midst of each of those action research cycles, when they try a practice, can support them. And that's how schools develop a stronger evidence base and, as I said, a justification to help move the work forward that ultimately results in policy over years. I'll leave you with a final quote. This has pushed me and all the teachers to be more equitable and transparent. Students at the same school should be able to have the same grading system, be able to understand the grading system, and know exactly how it supports learning. So this was just scratching the surface, and you probably have a whole lot of questions. I don't know how much time everybody's got, but this work will go on, and you'll be able to ask your teachers and principals about a lot of the ways that they're pursuing this work. So again, thank you for allowing me some time to talk with you. And I will pass back the baton.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Engaging as always. I think you've presented to CSBA a time or two. Do we have any questions for Mr. Feldman? Mary Jo.
Hi, I've been a teacher for 33 years, and you just kind of blew my mind. And so I been thinking a lot about this, and I just want to say one observation. I know that a couple of years ago, our district was engaged in a writing sample, and teachers would get together and they would have like a rubric, and they would have like a 4 scale. And then they would come later on and they would discuss what makes a 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then they would all exchange papers and they'd all grade each other's papers. And I think that was very helpful, getting on the same page. And so I think this is going to take a lot of time, and I think it's going to take a lot of vulnerability, and I'm just hoping that we'll have more teacher time for collaboration, because I think it's great ideas, but they are kind of mind-blowing. So do you schedule any of that kind of collaborative, I mean, within the whole school, within the whole district, or what's
Yeah, well, so, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So this starts out with a cohort and those workshops give them the space to collaborate around the practices themselves. And what happens is they start to see the need to do the kind of work that you're talking about, which is where you think about the value of a 0 to 4 scale. So that's kind of one cognitive jump. And the second is to think about how can we explicitly describe, and the value of explicitly describing the expectations. So that's another one. And then how do we mitigate the subjectivity and biases by calibrating with each other? And that's sort of the third one. So it takes a while to get there. And what we find is that even though we're working with a cohort of teachers, they can't keep this a secret. And they start sharing what's happening, and it starts infiltrating other conversations that they have, and starts to move in that direction. This work is really in the 2.5-hour workshops and the 2-day kickoff. What we find is that teachers then start doing other kind of work in their other carved out structures, and that in many districts, this will turn into a year 2 with a particular cohort where that is now more focused on assessment design, which I think is more of kind of what you're talking about. And we've just found that starting with grading provides an inroad for just about everybody. Everybody feels very connected to their grading and feels so interested in trying to think about it critically.
I just have one more question, is that we use Q as our grading system, and so will we continue to do that, or do you know?
At this time, we're using Q for our grading system.
Interestingly enough, we have a new chief technology officer, so we'll see. Mark, you had some questions?
Yes, so bear with me here, because I have not been a teacher. Well, I guess I've taught things, but not in the school system. And so I'm just thinking about the idea that sort of the end of the class, you're able to, demonstrate the mastery of the subject or whatever is the sort of one of the basic constructs here. And all that generates for me is the PTSD around finals, because in a sense, you have in college, especially, I remember sometimes finals were 50% of your grade, and so in theory, that is the final expression of your knowledge. And then, therefore, it puts all the pressure on that one sort of thing. So I'm sure I'm way, way oversimplifying it, but I just wanted to get your response to the sort of everything matters at the end, and all the things you did up to that point really don't matter type of thing,
Yeah. Well, so a couple things. One is you're asking the same question that teachers who have been teaching decades, they ask the same question. Because we know students feel stress already, and grades really add to that. And so there's a number of sort of additional considerations in that. So as you recognize, this is one part of a larger puzzle and a complex system. So I'll just talk about a couple things. One is that we talk about redos and retakes, and the idea that if you, for some reason, didn't do well at some point to demonstrate your learning, you would have another opportunity to demonstrate mastery, because that's what the professional world is, right? Anytime you have to demonstrate competence, you get multiple chances. So, driver's license, bar exam, teacher credentialing, medical boards, you get multiple chances to demonstrate mastery. So we start thinking about what are the systems and structures and opportunities that we would want to give students so that they could, if they didn't do well in a particular assessment event, summative assessment event, summative being at the end of their learning, they would have another opportunity to do that. So that's sort of number one. The second is and this actually gets to the point the woman who just spoke, I'm sorry, I don't know names, but talks about how we think about assessment more broadly. So while there is a particular kind of testing sense that students often are most sort of stressed by, what are other ways that we could assess students so that we'd be able to identify where they are at the end of their learning? Maybe we offer multiple ways that students could demonstrate what they know. In fact, there are many teachers who go through this work who say, okay, so we're now at the end, we've learned lots of stuff. And so now I need to figure out what level of understanding you have. So I can't just use one way because I may not get it right. My responsibility as a teacher is to accurately report your understanding. So to rely on a single data source would be silly. So what are multiple ways that I could access your level of understanding so that I could accurately report your level of understanding for the report card? And so it starts opening up the aperture of assessment strategies. The third thing I'll say is that it's not a technical fix. So you don't just say, whatever you did at the end, that's what you get. It's what is the most valid way to describe student performance at the end of their learning? So let's say we have a review the day before an exam, and a student waxes eloquent about a particular standard that's being taught. And the next day they take a test and they do terribly on the test. Well, as a teacher, I have to report not the scores of a test. That's not my professional responsibility. My professional responsibility is to accurately report a student's level of understanding. Yesterday, they showed me an A-level understanding of this standard, and the test showed not so much. So you know what? A student can't get dumber overnight. So there's something that I didn't capture in my assessment, so I'm going to disregard that assessment, because why would I want to put invalid data into my grading? So it starts opening up a larger professionalism of teachers, in fact, where now my responsibility is not to report scores. My responsibility is to accurately report a student's understanding of course content. I'm not just a data entry person. I'm a professional. I get to utilize my professional judgment in reporting a student's understanding. So that was a lot, and I'm sure raises even more questions, which it's supposed to do.
No, I really appreciate that, and I mean, it definitely adds a level of critical thinking that maybe isn't always there, and it really does sound wonderful in my mind to better do that. I mean, boy. But let me just play devil's advocate again. And so again, I'm definitely in your corner on all this stuff, but playing devil's advocate again is, you know, let's say Pleasanton Unified School District's at this beautiful island where we're degrading people in the perfect way, and then they leave to go to, you know, whatever college, and they're back to the, you know, cumulative average, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, you know, so and I don't think we should all, you know, conform just because of all of that stuff. We should do the right thing, but at the same time, you know, it is important when we talk about our students will be college and career ready, that we have to make them realize that, you know, this is an innovative way that we grade you here that may not exist where you're going next. So I just think that there's sort of a, you know, sort of a realism kind of a angle to that. So I don't know if you have any comments on that, but
sure. And that comes up all the time too. So a couple things. One is that many post-secondary folks are now making adjustments because they get even less training than K-12 teachers. They get no training in how to grade because all you had to do is get a PhD. And I don't mean to say that lightly because my wife has a PhD and I'm glad she can't hear me right now when I just said that.
Present company excluded, of course.
But the idea is that they are recognizing that these inherited systems are not helpful to their students either and create this pressure cooker in their context. The second thing is that we have a lot of ways right now, like we include whether a student has their notebook, whether a student did their homework. That's not happening anywhere in post-secondary. And it's certainly not happening in the professional world. No teacher is logging the number of hours they do lesson planning and saying, well, I should get something for this. In so many ways, we start to recognize how artificial this way of grading is. And last thing I'll say is, if we know that we are perpetuating achievement and opportunity disparities and harming the very students we have historically underserved, it becomes difficult for us to justify perpetuating and continuing to do it because other people are doing it. And I think that is where it becomes a moral imperative for many, many districts across the country that we have never had the courage to tackle this. And perhaps we are at an inflection point where even if there are other institutions that aren't, we are making a stand about what we believe about our students and the opportunities we are committed to providing to every one of the kids that we serve.
Do you feel that this is, in my children's experience in Pleasanton Unified, many of our elementary teachers already, you know, do this type of, process. And so is it typically, do you see more folks volunteering for cohorts who are already familiar, like they're elementary or secondary, or how does that usually play out?
Yeah, it's usually secondary is more of the pain point because elementary folks are a little more are used to some of these ideas. You know, when you're looking at whether a kid knows their 52 letters or 26 lowercase and 26 uppercase, no teacher is averaging performance. They're trying to give you the most current information to parents about where their student is and understanding their 52 letters. So they get this, and they've been sort of trained to do this. Interestingly, things like the 0 to 100 scale and including homework in the grade and all these things, don't happen in elementary school, and they don't happen after high school. We've just created this totally artificial structure based on 100-year-old belief systems that never was happening before and never happens again. The challenge is that many elementary, upper elementary, third and fourth, start introducing the practices thinking that this will get them ready for middle school. Like, oh, in middle school, they don't play. You can't hand in something late. You'll
So
lose
true.
points. So I got to take off points. And then middle school people start preparing people ostensibly for the high school, where, oh, high school, they don't play. And then high school preparing for college. And actually, none of those things are true. In the professional world, nobody takes off $10 if you come late to a staff meeting, right? Just silly stuff like that.
That's a great idea.
Well,
so I feel like there are going to be people in our community who are like, well, we shouldn't have grades at all. They're going to go completely the other way. And so I feel like this process of these conversations that we're going to be hopefully having, over the next couple of years, because I do see it going to take quite a while, we're also going to have to bring our parent community along, because there's going to be folks that are on either end of the spectrum, and we'll be needing to engage in those same types of conversations, similar to what you're sharing with us tonight, with our parent community as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a key component, because they only know one system, and when they start to learn about this one, they actually love it. But initially, they get a little anxious, like, whoa, especially students parents whose students have been successful, because you're suggesting that you're going to change the rules of a game that they've learned how to play successfully.
Yes.
But when you start explaining what this is, they like it more too, because why would they want their student to have a B if they don't know the content, just because they've been doing all the homework because the tutor helped them, or just because they got some help, and then they go to the next grade level and get crushed because they weren't prepared? So everyone wants more accurate reporting.
Great. Other questions? Steve?
Not really a question, but I enjoy what you're saying. What I see this even a step further is, maybe as an educator, I would look to see, well, maybe I'm not using correct strategies, or maybe I'm not using the curriculum correctly, because why are students still not getting to the level of understanding that I would like? And that takes kind of self-reflection and looking at oneself, and maybe changing how you're utilizing your lessons. And I would hope that this would evolve to not only with the grading, but also teachers looking at how they present their lessons and so forth. And maybe I have to be more inclusive. I have to try different strategies so everyone in my classroom can succeed. I can see this happening. In elementary school, I do see it happening in many cases. I'm not sure about high school yet, but I think they would like to get there.
Okay. I was calmly, patiently observing the conversation that everyone has been sharing. First and foremost, thank you for a very comprehensive presentation, Mr. Feldman. I am a professional curriculum writer, professional development curriculum for educators, and I am honored to meet and see you virtually, and quoted you in many writings that I've done in my own work. So I am super excited about what you have shared tonight. I do have a couple questions, just thinking as a parent. I have 3 children in the district, and thinking about as my children go into the high school level as well, how do you handle transcripts, and how does this transcend into preparing students from pretty much kind of going off of what Trustee Miller mentioned? How does that really look like, or how do you address that? Because I can anticipate that might be some questions from parents.
I'm not really sure what is the.
So, like, how does the grading
implications?
process work in, generating out for students preparing for applying for colleges, and do you foresee, in your experience working in other districts, a shift in the actual transcripts? That you were talking about, going from letter grades to more of that scale of 1 to 4, or how does that look like?
I mean, all kinds of things happen, and it's really context specific. It doesn't require changes to the transcript, or the report card, but some districts move in that direction because they feel like there's a more accurate way to describe student performance. There are organizations like the Mastery Transcript Consortium that feel like, okay, rather than say, you passed English 3, we're going to actually identify what are the 5 key skills or content that English 3 encompasses, and we're going to report a student's level of performance on each of those 5 things. Or there are other schools feel that we actually think that there are qualities of graduates that we want to report on as they progress through the system. So, for example, critical thinking or persuasive writing or, advocacy or something like that. And we're going to define what those things look like for 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. And we're going to report a students where they are on their trajectory in that. And others are very much like, we have a transcript and report card that we're happy with. We just have now more confidence that when a student gets a B in English 3, we are all clear about what that B represents. And it only represents one thing, which is the student's level of understanding of the content of English 3.
So just to expand on what you're saying, I love the fact that you're talking about alignment with standards and mastery and content, because that's really demonstrating what students know. So in the chart where you talk about in the PowerPoint about not including class participation or homework, so for student participation, do you recommend to share or show that in other ways, but not necessarily in the actual grade, or what does that look like? So,
so there's lots of ways that teachers can give feedback, and I think a traditional or inherited way of thinking is that if you want something to have value in the class, you have to include it in the grade, or it doesn't have value. And that's very much thinking about extrinsic motivation as the most effective way to motivate, and it I think, values the power that teachers have and the ways that they can really utilize their relationships in the classroom. And so there's lots of non-grade based feedback that teachers can utilize around elements that they think are important for student performance. So it can be everything from, we're going to recognize those students by having some other kind of ceremony or award or recognition on the wall of my classroom, to verbal praise. I mean, if you say to a student, I have never been more proud of some of the things you said today, like that was some of the most interesting comments I've heard from you all year, keep it up. That means more than 5 points. I'll give you 5 points because you raised your hand and you answered a question. And I think opening up, as I say, the aperture of assessments is also opening up the universe of feedback that's available to teachers. And I think we talk really critically about participation and the implicit biases in participation. So, just because someone's taking notes, that doesn't mean they're learning. And I think we have to be very careful if we start imposing a particular way of learning and a particular set of behaviors that we're judging and then including in the grade, and what kinds of students we're then excluding and what kind of learning styles we're negating, essentially, or punishing. When in fact there's so many ways that students can learn. And so it's not how do you learn that we're going to judge, just whether you learned. And I think that helps teachers focus not on like bean counting every day and data entry, 5 points for every kid every day if they raise their hand, but like, oh, I'm going to look at, did they learn or not? And then we can have discussions about what helped you learn, student, because when you go on to college, you better know how you learn. Don't just learn in the way I'm telling you, because I only know a single set of ways or a narrow set of ways. So it starts opening up just this wonderful conversation about how do I learn?
Yeah, some of the things I've heard you share and maybe not said explicitly is performance tasks, projects, alternative assessments to demonstrate the student learning, and I love some of the things that you're sharing. So what do you say for the teachers that are concerned about students submitting work in late or that zero policy, how do you kind of address those concerns about holding students accountable?
Yeah, I mean, and that comes up all the time. And I guess, so if a student turns in something late, I think it's very, you warp the accuracy of the grade if you take off for it, right? Because then you'd have a student who handed in something on time that's at a B level, and a student who handed in something a day late who is at the A level, but because they handed in late, you make it a B. So if both students are getting a B, like, what does that even mean then? What does a B mean? So you want to help the student recognize what the consequences are to handing in something late. Well, it may be under their control and it may not be, right? I think particularly during the pandemic, I think we became much more aware of how much grace that we should offer each other and our students, and that many times just because something is late doesn't mean it's their fault. The second thing is, why would we want to penalize someone who wanted to learn longer than we allowed them? Like, it would be very strange if I said to the student, I'm sorry, you have to stop learning now. Even though you want to take a little bit longer to learn, nope, you got to stop. So I think then it's helping better understand and helping students understand, what does it mean when you hand in something late? Maybe you now feel more pressure to hand in more things later, right? Because this work accumulates. So how can students better understand those consequences? And maybe if it's a time management problem, like, let's think about how to build time management skills. But to say that we must give a consequence is just extrinsic motivation talking, right? If the mouse doesn't push the lever, turn on the electricity. And if it doesn't push it again, turn on the electricity again. And we've known that extrinsic motivation does not change behavior. It's a very poor motivator, and intrinsic motivation is much more powerful. So how can we make our grades really clear about what they represent and what they don't, and help build the intrinsic motivation for students to do the things that will help them learn best?
I think that one of the other things that new teachers aren't taught to do is classroom management. When they're in school, there aren't classes in how to manage classrooms. And what I see happening through this process of the teachers in the cohorts and the pilot going through this is a lot of these other things are going to come up, as you said, and they're going to have discussions about them, and there's going to be outgrowths of things that they want to work on or things that they want to try that we can support through additional PD and release time and all of those things to have them collaborate together, because I do think all those issues are going to come up. And they're going to discover other issues that they're like, oh, well, if we change this, what if we change this, or what do you think about that? And so I really look forward to kind of seeing that growth, but I agree it's going to take a while, and we're really going to need to give them the space to try. It's sort of like that cycle of inquiry, right? We're going to try it, we're going to measure it, we're going to see what happened, we're going to tweak it, we're going to iterate, and we're going to need to be patient in the process while people are learning and sharing with each other. So are there other questions? I don't have any public comment as far as I know. I do not.
I think I'd just like to add, President Larson, that I do completely wholeheartedly agree with what you just said, and I think it's really important, and it might go on to the next agenda item about building in opportunities to have this type of presentation with parents. I think that would be huge, because this is invaluable information, Mr. Feldman, that you shared, and I think it would be very beneficial for our parents to get a sense of this information as well. So whether we talk, anyway, I just thank you. Very informative.
Yes, thank you for a great presentation. That was a discussion and presentation only. Item 12.3 is the possible action for the Grading for Equity contract. Dr. Woodward?
Thank you so much. So we've just heard about the scope of the work and a little bit regarding the background and the why. And so now we bring to the trustees the desire to have this be approved. Director Graywell, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Woodward. Just preparing to share screen. Is that up? Yes. Okay. I just want to really thank Joe Feldman for that outstanding presentation, and I want to thank the board and cabinet for engaging and allowing that presentation to occur. I'm so excited about this work. So good evening, President Larson, Superintendent Hagelin, trustees, members of cabinet, PUSD staff, and community. And I am hoping that community is watching this tonight. Our purpose in introducing grading for equity professional development is to improve the accuracy, bias resistance, and motivation of grading practices for instructional improvement and to increase opportunities for student success, particularly for those who have been historically underserved. Our goal is to introduce all faculty to the concepts of equitable grading and to pilot these practices in depth, beginning with a cohort of 30 teachers in 2021-22. Secondary grades data collected and analyzed throughout the pandemic, along with discussions held during grading practices committee meetings this spring, revealed the following about PUSD's system of grading and assessment. Our teachers hold varied and often conflicting views about the purpose of grades, as demonstrated in the responses received from the committee, which included: grades are used to communicate progress and feedback, to determine if standards have been met, for course placement, for college admissions, to inform instruction, to motivate students, to measure and reward effort, to teach life skills and work ethic, to teach responsibility and accountability, and to prepare students for the quote unquote real world. These are direct quotes from our staff. We also found discrepancies in grading scales and practices within departments and across school sites. Students often receive failing grades due to issues of compliance rather than mastery of skills and content. There are inconsistent opportunities for students to retake assessments and demonstrate proficiency in a subject. In particular, the grades data reveal that our underserved populations experience inequitable outcomes. This includes students who are English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged, in special education, and historically marginalized. Finally, we learned that PUSD teachers, and Joe mentioned this as well, have not received any formal training in grading practices or systems, which is true for most in this profession. All of these factors contribute to the need for professional development for staff, which, pending approval, will be facilitated by Joe Feldman of Crescendo Education Group. The expected outcomes of the PD for teachers are accurate, bias-resistant, motivational, and understandable grading and assessment practices that reflect and measure proficiency on course standards, qualitative and quantitative evidence of the value of more equitable grading practices, and stronger collaborative relationships among teachers with a greater sense of efficacy to influence student performance. Our outcomes expected for students are to accurately describe expectations for their own academic outcomes, a greater sense of agency and efficacy about their academic performance, and a stronger sense of belief in their own success and trust in their teachers. And our expected outcomes for the district are less stressful and less competitive learning environments for our students, coherent grading and assessment policies across the district, and improved conversations about student expectations for course standards mastery. As an overview and a review of what Joe shared, the scope of the work includes a pre-PD assessment along with a 2-day kickoff session for a cohort of 30 teachers in September, and an engagement session for all secondary teachers on the staff development day in November. The work will also include student interviews in November to include student voice in this process, and professional development workshops for the cohort accompanied by individual coaching for teachers through March 2022. Finally, the work will conclude with presentations of results and data analysis to staff, to leadership, and to the community in the spring of 2022. And shown here is the total cost of the contract for the year. Our planned next steps are, pending approval, to work with site administrators to identify the cohort of 30 teachers, a process we've already begun, to continue the grading for equity book study we began in the spring of 2021 into the 21-22 school year, and to expand the number of participants, and to embed equitable grading practices and standards-based assessment in 21-22 PD for all secondary staff and hopefully beyond. Any questions?
Do we have questions for Marta tonight? All right. No, I'm very excited about this work as well. With that, I would seek a motion.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I do have a question. So it's how many days again for the just want to double check
At the presentation.
on the contract?
There are 2 full release professional development days for the cohort, and there are 3 follow-up study sessions as they continue through the cycle of inquiry. Between each of those sessions, there is one-on-one coaching, 30 minutes for each teacher through each cycle, and then there's a variety of presentations and other, community engagement activities that are going to occur.
Did I read right that the study sessions are 2.5 hours? They're not full day, correct?
There are two full-day workshops followed by 3 cycle of inquiry study sessions.
So to re-clarify this, the cycle of inquiry sessions, they are not full day. They're 2.5 hours?
That's correct.
Okay. The reason why I ask is, in the presentation that was provided, this is a big shift. It's a paradigm shift of thinking. And so I guess my question is this going to be enough for this year in timing? So
That's
I
a
guess
great question.
My question is, do we have any funds in the budget to enhance the cycle sessions? I'm just nervous about the timing. And would that be of consideration if it was valued?
So Trustee McCoshy, I'll take that one. Thank you so much, Director Graywall. So we have already started book studies on equity for grading, and so that's been going on, and we've ordered some books for that. We've been engaging our staff last year in a cohort model already regarding flexible grading practices, and we have sought other options in case we needed to accelerate the work. So we do see that this is of high demand, and 30 is just a small number of our teachers that would like to participate. So we'll continue to look for ways to grow this and expand this, while at the same time considering the fact that this is an area that will take a lot of conversation with our teachers, and we want them to be able to plan, do, study, act, and reevaluate, and have that time for collaboration.
Okay, so just to expand on that, Dr. Woodward, what is the plan for turnkey to the rest of the staff at the secondary level? Just because it is a huge endeavor. So is there can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Just so I can get a sense of the communication with the rest of the staff.
So if I can jump in, what's before you tonight is a pilot program that would grow into a more robust program.
Okay.
So any additional training would be brought back to the board for approval at a later time.
Dr. Haglund, could I just add one thing?
Of course.
There will be, on the mandatory staff development day in November, an all secondary staff engagement session led by Joe's team. And we do plan during our job embedded training for secondary staff during this school year to incorporate some of this work as best we can.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? All right.
I'll make a motion to approve
All right. That would be
12.3
awesome.
for these services.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve the contract and scope of work for Joe Feldman of Crescendo Education for grading for equity. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Congratulations. We
Exciting.
cannot wait to hear how it's going as we move forward, and we will do our best to be patient and take the evaluation and the teachers' input and where they want to go with this as we move forward. So thank you so much for this. Let's see, 8:48. 12.4, report discussion and possible action on the spring map growth update with a 3-year NWEA contract. Dr. Woodward?
Thank you. So in keeping, before I introduce this item, I just want to say how excited I am that we're bringing this to you tonight as well, because as we talk about equitable grading practices, we talk about celebrating student growth. And so when we think about MAP, it aligns very closely to that too for our elementary through 8th grade students. So this evening, you will hear about the achievement and growth of our students who have taken the MAP growth assessment during this past year and will be asked to approve a 3-year contract of $248,000 with NWEA to continue to administer this assessment. And I'll turn it over right now to Dr. Pam Vandekamp, the Director of Assessment and Accountability.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. And Dr. Hagland, members of the Board of Trustees, members of Executive Cabinet, and our community, thank you for this opportunity tonight to talk with you about our spring update of our MAP growth assessment. So just to give an update on MAP growth, this year, MAP growth is our district-wide assessment for grades 2 through 8 in math and grades 3 through 8 in reading. And it was administered this year remotely due to the shelter in place and the global pandemic. But we were able to do that, and you will see our participation rates in a moment. We are thankful to all of our parents and staff who made consistent efforts to engage our students in this assessment. Parents especially did device checks and helped their students to log in so that they could participate. As we move back to in-person learning in the spring, this assessment was administered both remotely and in person in our classrooms. We were able to focus on several key reports and discuss those with administrators and with teachers throughout the year. And we used this MAP data to focus on unfinished learning for our students. With the participation of parents in administering the assessment, they were also very interested in the results. And we took a family report that NWEA provides, and we customized it for our families so that it gave them that information that was most pertinent to them. This report was available on request at our elementary school sites for both fall and winter. And at middle school, all parents received this report at the winter administration. We worked together with our technology department so that we could upload the reports as documents in Q, and so parents can return to their parent portal in Q to find this report at any time, and they'll be able to see both the growth and achievement for their students. We also provided an update to the board in February. All school sites received data coaching and collaboration, and we were able to look at multiple sources of assessment and information, and this informed both instructional practices, programs, and their development of their school plans. In addition, we incorporated our MAP growth data into school plans and our LCAP plan as areas of metrics for growth and to measure our progress towards meeting our goals. So in addition, on April 7th, the Department of Education notified California that we would have some relief from certain federal testing. And this required that districts could have another achievement measurement in place that met certain criteria. And for us, that NWEA MAP growth assessment met all the criteria that was required through the California Department of Education. So in May, this assessment was administered to all of our students in grades 3 through 8 and grade 11 to meet the reporting requirements in both reading and math. And as soon as that testing window closed at the end of the school year, these reports were created and uploaded into Q, so they were available. You can see how our participation increased throughout the year for fall, winter, and spring. And we had several schools who had 100% participation of all their students for math and for reading. And every school made a concerted effort to reach out to students both in person and remotely to complete this information so that we could use it for multiple purposes. So I want to take a moment to look at our growth data here. And you can see we're talking really about growth. So the blue bar is that observed growth. So really seeing what the actual growth was of students based on their RIT scores. And then we're measuring it against their projected growth. So what would we anticipate that they would grow in their RIT scores over the course of their year or of that period of time through that instructional window. So you can see that for some grade levels, they were very close or exceeded their projected growth, such as 5th grade and 7th grade. And then for some grade levels, there is a gap between their observed growth and that projected growth. And that could be for a number of reasons, including that unfinished learning. And this just shows us opportunities that we can continue to build on through our essential standards work and our instructional practices. We also want to look at this data for our student groups, specifically those who are identified in our local control accountability plan. So our emerging bilinguals, otherwise known as English learners, our low-income students, and students with disabilities. And you can see there is a significant gap between what their observed growth was and what was projected to be their growth. So that shows us where we need to continue to accelerate their learning in the coming year. And this information will help us to identify those essential standards where our students can continue to work on and accelerate in. We can also look at our MAP growth by achievement. And so for math, you can see how all of our students continue to be at relatively high levels of achievement. And our MAP data is also highly aligned to our SBAC scores, our Smarter Balanced Assessment scores. And so we can confidently say that we continue to be a high-performing school. At the same time, we can see where along certain grade levels, there might be an additional need for supports for our low-achieving students. And here we can identify who those students are, where they are, and what kinds of supports we need to provide for them. We also want to look at our student groups. And so we are comparing here students who are not considered low income and those who are low income. And the same for students with disabilities and our emerging bilinguals. And you can see, as Mr. Feldman talked about, the gaps that we continue to observe in our district. And so as we continue to use our MAP data and other data, we can identify where those gaps are and how we can address those through instruction. We look also at this information in reading, and when we look at the growth for our students in reading, we can see again our 7th grade students have met their projected growth targets. Our 5th grade students are very close. And then for our 3rd and 4th grade students, we continue to see a larger gap between what we have observed in their amount of growth and what was projected. In addition, when we look at our student groups, we continue to see significant gaps between what we observe in their growth using this assessment and what was projected. So just as we look at students' physical growth and the number of inches that they might grow, we can project what that might be, and then we can observe that and compare and look at what interventions we might need. Once again, thinking about the achievement in reading, we see overall that our students continue to be relatively high performing. And if we looked at this through the lens of our SBAC scores, we would continue to see that as well, based on the correlation between MAP scores and SBAC scores. Similarly, when we break this down by student groups, we can look at, for example, our low-income students, and we find that 27% of those students are in that low achieving gap. And so those would require additional supports. Our students with disabilities at almost 31%, we can continue to focus on what particular resources do we need to support them. And also for our emerging bilinguals at 25%, considering what are those interventions for our low achieving students, as well as celebrating our high achieving students as we can recognize them here. So based on our progress this year and our experience this year, we have several next steps with two specific goals. One is to continue to work with all of our stakeholders to gain deeper understanding and knowledge of data analysis through our MAP growth reports. And we'll be able to expand the reports and provide additional understanding and professional development. And I know that teachers have been doing this on their own because I've received a number of emails from our teachers asking about some of the data they're finding in reports that we hadn't yet talked about, but that's something that we can continue to build on. And we really want to continue to collaborate with school sites, knowing that our administrators are really the drivers of this work, and their engagement and understanding and communication with their teachers will be the most supportive to implement this. We want them to use this knowledge and understand this to look at multiple contexts. So thinking about the idea around stretch goals, using our MAP growth for Edgenuity and other digital resources that we have available, and then also using this data to inform our district and site level initiatives, and also to inform our district equity plan as we've been looking at our gaps between, for example, our emerging bilingual students and other students or all students. We can talk about how do we address that through our district equity plan. And so with that in mind, I'd like to ask for your approval for a 3-year contract so that this work can continue and we can continue to deepen our understanding and develop the application of the use of this tool. And so at this time, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Mary Jo, you look like you have a question.
My question is on training, because I know that sometimes when you get all that information back after a test, it seems overwhelming. Tell me about some of the training you're going to do so that teachers can be more effective with this information.
So a lot of what we've done has been working with our administrators, and I did do the data coaching and collaboration, so going over the different reports with them. And I want to continue to do that in the next coming year. I plan to meet on a monthly basis with our administrators, and then they're able to have those skills to meet with their teachers and talk with them. At the same time, we're available at any time if we are asked, or if I'm asked to attend any professional development at the school site, I make myself available to do that, as well as communicating one-on-one with teachers. I've done that as well. I've gone to classrooms, and I've gone to school sites. So I think that there's multiple ways that we can address that, and we can continue to build on that. So I think that availability is key, and also just building that capacity for our administrators and then with our teachers. In addition, I want to make sure that we provide opportunities for parents as well. I know some school sites this past year held parent nights around the MAP data in particular. And so I want to continue to build on that and support school sites in that area.
Mark?
Yeah, just a kind of a summarizing question maybe, and that is, so we're going to move on 3 more years type of thing, but can we confidently, and you know, this program maybe had, like with many changes, had a little bit of a rocky start in certain areas, but can we confidently say we're getting what we expected and want out of this MAP assessment program, and you know, such that we can confidently move forward with this? I mean, that's sort of my general question as a board member. I see a lot of numbers and everything, and I'm seeing, you know, that's good to see the measurements, but I just want a comfort feeling that we're getting what we had hoped out of this.
So I'll take the first part of that, and then Janelle and Pam, if you want to jump in, feel free. So yes, I do think we are. It's shifting our understanding and participation with assessment towards a growth mindset. And if you remember the conversation that we just had with Joe, that's a big part of that grading for equity work. So being able to identify who's making growth over time versus who's just hitting a particular bar. I was just sharing a message with Dr. Woodward about it would be interesting to see those same charts, but now let's compare the students who have high growth but lower achievement versus those students that are achieving high but they're not making gains. And that's when this tool becomes very important to us in terms of ensuring that every student is being provided those opportunity to move forward. So yeah, I would say very much so. You're absolutely right that there was a difficulty in implementing the program earlier. Professional development continues to be needed, and I also agree with Pam that professional development has to happen with teachers, but also with parents, so that there's a common understanding of how we read those reports. The other thing I want to just say, and I don't know that it was intentional on our part, but we didn't have to give the state assessments this year because we had an internal assessment that we could utilize. So it saved us a bunch of time and energy in that regard as well.
Kelly?
So I just have a comment. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to add that what MAP does, just adding on to what Dr. Haglund said, is that in a high-performing district, we can see such a large percent of our students that are meeting standards or exceeding standards. But it's so important to be able to see have they made their growth targets. And for us right now, to be able to have some baseline data as we finish this year, as we're designing interventions for next year, so that the teachers know where the students are when they come in, and then they reassess while all the students are present, that is a huge, huge win for our students and our teachers, because it gives them a heads up on what the students know and where they need to go. And there's additional opportunities for us to be able to engage students in celebrating their own achievement when they meet their growth target.
Yes, so I guess what I'm hearing is that we're not fully there certainly yet with this, but we've seen enough that we definitely want to make this 3-year additional investment with the proper training, DPD and all that kind of stuff to really start to see those results that you're looking for. So yeah, okay, that's good.
And can I just chime in, because I do have that data, as Dr. Haglund talked about, what percentage of our students. We have about 50% of students, I think, in reading who met their growth targets, and about, I think, 45% in math who met their growth targets. So I think that that's another important data point to consider. And in addition, the state has just released, they are preparing to release, or they're not to release, but they've adopted the student growth model at their May meeting. The State Board of Education has adopted that model. And so the state is following us. I think we're really focusing on how are we measuring student growth and how are we acting on that information. And so we're already doing this, and the state has had this in process for several years, but they've just adopted that model. So I think that we're ahead of the curve in that.
I just wanted to extend onto the conversation and just say, as a parent that have children and I have received the MAP test scores, I would just definitely, to your point, Dr. Van de Kamp, about advocating for additional site-based seminars or meetings, opportunities for parents to be more informed on how to take a look and interpret the reports. I feel that I'm pretty tech savvy in interpreting data, and even for me as a parent, some of the language, was a little intimidating or may not necessarily make sense as a parent specific to, for my child. The reports that are provided are actually pretty complex and very comprehensive, so providing opportunities for parents to communicate with teachers. My children's teachers were really good about sending the information, if I had questions, responding back, but I think that would be a great opportunity to provide that. So, and just to add that the multiple data sets to, have this data, and I would be very curious of additional input from the teachers on their feelings after having these assessments for a while, and how they're using it to inform instruction, and how they're modifying their instructional plans based upon the data. So thank you.
I'd just like to say that I'm really excited about our continued use and growth in this area, no pun intended. Kind of as I was listening to Joe, I was thinking back to my son's experience when we first went online with Q, so intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation versus, growth versus just meeting the standards. I mean, basically, he would do he's a math teacher now, right? So he would do the math. He would go, oh, I can look in Q, which at the time was called Zangle. I can look in Zangle. I can see that in order to get an A in this class, I really only need a C on this next test. So, yeah, that's all. I don't need to do any more work because that's all I need, So that whole thing about setting goals for yourself and achieving those goals wherever you are when you start out, and looking at the targets about where you individually should be, I think is really exciting, and I think will help our students understand all the things that Joe was talking about too, about understanding how you learn and how you, where you are and what you can do and what you need to do, I think are great. So I don't have any other comments or questions. So if that, I'll seek a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve item 12.4 on the MAP growth update with a 3-year contract NWEA.
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve 12.4. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, it carries. Thank you very much for the report, and I think we're still on a roll with you. Item 12.5, report discussion of possible action on a contract with EL Achieve for serving our emerging bilinguals.
Thank you. Yes, you'll be on a roll with me for 3 more items. So, and I welcome back Dr. Vandekep on this as well. Our desire is to build a common understanding of emerging bilingual profiles, emerging bilinguals, English learners, levels, and effective ELD instruction, and to ensure that the allocated time for specific designated ELD is held during each school day, and establish consistent, meaningful, and research-based professional learning for all educators on practices and instruction that support emerging bilingual students. So Dr. Vandekamp is going to present to us a report, discussion, and possible action on a contract with EL Achieve that we believe will help us even better serve our emerging bilingual students. Dr. Vandekamp?
Thank you, Dr. Woodward. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight to speak to you about serving the needs of our emerging bilinguals. And I want to start by recognizing the work of our former coordinator of language acquisition, Ms. Nancy San Jose, and then also to welcome, and I'm looking forward to working with our new coordinator of language acquisition, Ms. Karen Johnson. And we've been talking about this, and we're both really excited about this work. So thank you for the opportunity to share this tonight with you. So I want to start a little bit by looking at what that means, emerging bilinguals or English learners. We really want to refocus our language and thinking about our focus on equity. We recognize that our emerging bilinguals are not only focusing on their own language, their primary language, but they are learning another language. Engaged world citizens, that will continue to benefit them. And our English Learner Master Plan focuses on this also with our dedication to ethnically, culturally, and linguistically diverse learning environments. And in the past year, our English learners or our emerging bilinguals were about 11.4% of our student population. So to start off, I want to give you some background into our emerging bilinguals in PUSD. If we look at the shifting kind of environment for our emerging bilinguals, in 1997, we had 236 students who were identified as English learners or emerging bilinguals in our district. And this number has grown significantly to the past year, where we have over 1,700 students who are identified as emerging bilinguals based on our English Learner Proficiency Assessment in California, or LPAC. We also want to recognize 2 specific groups within our emerging bilinguals, so our newcomers, And our newcomers are students who have been in this country in public school for less than a year, as well as our number of long-term English learners. And those are students who have been in our school system for at least 7 years, but have not been able to reclassify. And so you can see number of long-term English learners, and these are students who need specific support in their English language development. So on this slide, it's a very busy slide, but really I want to give you just the impression of the number of languages and the diversity in our district. So there are 50 languages spoken by students, by our emerging bilinguals in our district. And the language that is has the highest percentage, of course, is Mandarin, followed by Spanish and then Telugu. But we have our diversity scale is around 50, so it's a very diverse community and district. And we want to be able to serve the needs of all of these students. So just quickly to reference back to our MAP growth and achievement, we just looked at these slides, but again, to recognize the gap between the observed growth and projected growth for our emerging bilinguals, and then looking again at the difference in their achievement, which is 6% for those students who are not emerging bilinguals compared with 25% for those who are. So we continue to see these gaps in math and then also in reading moving forward. So in order for students to move from being an emerging bilingual to a reclassified fluent English proficient student, there are 4 steps that they need to take. And it begins with our English language proficiency assessment in California, which is the statewide proficiency assessment for English learners or emerging bilinguals. And in order to begin this work of reclassification, students must be at a level 4 overall, well developed in their English language proficiency. Once they've achieved that step, we look at their academic achievement, and for that they must we look at our district literacy assessments so that they are meeting benchmark there. We look at our MAP growth assessments, so level, or we look at grading for our secondary students, or at our CASP assessment. So we have different ways for them to meet that academic achievement requirement. Once that step has been met, we move to the teacher evaluation, and we check in with the teacher. For elementary, it's with their classroom teacher. For our secondary students, we check in with their ELA, their math, and their science teacher to also get their perspective on whether the student has that proficiency and is ready to reclassify. And then finally, we consult with parents if they are in agreement with this recommendation. And at that point, we can reclassify students, and they're considered reclassified fluent English proficient. And you can see how our percentages of these students have changed over time. For 2017-18, we had 26%, but those students were measured with our CELT, our test, which was not aligned to California state standards. When we moved from, there was a year without any English learner proficiency assessment, and that was 18-19. And so we didn't have those tools to move forward with our reclassification process. When we had that established, we were able to reclassify 18%. Make progress in reclassification, and we're very proud of these students. They do receive a certificate from our department, and they are recognized at their school sites. So we're able to show our appreciation for their hard work and our recognition of that. So next, I want to talk a little bit about English language development and share some information about our current conditions in our district. First of all, recognizing that this work is based on the English Learner Roadmap, which was unanimously approved by the California State Board of Education on July 12, 2017. And this policy is intended to provide guidance to districts on welcoming, understanding, and educating the diverse population of students who are emerging bilinguals attending California public schools. And this vision is that all emerging bilinguals fully and meaningfully access and participate in 21st century education from early childhood through grade 12 that results in their attaining high levels of English proficiency, mastery of grade level standards, and opportunities to develop proficiency in multiple languages. And really, within this process, we work towards achieving the state seal of biliteracy, both for our students who are emerging bilinguals or reclassified students, and for our English-only students as well. And we recognize that they are the shared responsibility of all educators at all levels of our educational system. One of the things I want to highlight is federal program monitoring. So not only do we recognize that it's the right thing to do to support our students, but we also need to meet our compliance through federal program monitoring. 23-24, PUSD is scheduled to undergo federal program monitoring for our programs, including our emerging bilingual program. And two of the items that we need to be in compliance with is our professional development, and then also that part of the instructional program, all English learners or emerging bilinguals receive a program of ELD instruction, both designated and integrated ELD. So not only is this part of our goal through our strategic plan, our LCAP, and our district organizational goals, but it's also something that is required by Ed Code and by talked about Miss San Jose, and these are some of the quotes from the field that she collected in her observational data. She gathered this data through surveys that were provided to teachers. We are using currently language-infused lessons in our secondary classrooms at summer school. And so she provided some professional development and received some feedback from teachers at that time. We also provided ELD professional development throughout the year. And so this information comes from those surveys and conversations. And she also met more than once, multiple times with our administrators, and was able to gather this data through those conversations as well. In addition to working with our English learner liaisons at every school site and hearing from them the challenges of providing designated and integrated ELD. So here we look at the conditions for English language development, both currently and our desired conditions. And a couple that I just want to highlight are around the multiple models that we have at different schools. So some have their ELD as part of their intervention program. Some have it as part of their core curriculum. Some have students change classrooms for this. Some provide it in their own classroom. There's different interpretations of instructional strategies. And at the same time, we find that there is an increasing awareness of the needs of our emerging bilinguals, our newcomers, and our long-term English learners. And so there's a desire to be able to provide these opportunities for our students. And when we look at our desired conditions, we want to build on this work that we've started, some of this awareness and knowing of the federal mandate that's coming, to develop a common understanding of the profiles of our students, of the levels that are identified in our English learner proficiency assessment, to also recognize the need for an allocated time for designated ELD every day, and provide clarity differences between language arts and language acquisition, and then provides universal knowledge on how to support newcomers. So really, when we think about where we're at and where we want to be, there are a lot of opportunities here to provide support for all of our stakeholders. And so with this, I want to share with you information about EL Achieve, which is a professional development model It's based on strong pedagogy, language learning, and purposeful leadership. And this is a highly valued program that is deeply based in the research of Susanna Dutro, who is the founder of EL Achieve. It addresses all the requirement for federal program monitoring. It provides the clarity and focus on language acquisition. One of the benefits of this program is that it's not tied to a single ELA curriculum. One of the challenges we see is that our current curriculum for English language development is part of the benchmark curriculum. And so it's tied to those units. Teachers who are using units of study at the elementary level find it challenging to find that connection with the content. In addition, this model is aligned with the EL roadmap that we just looked at. And so we are looking at providing a pilot for the coming year for our 3rd through 5th grade teachers. Multi-year implementation plan, and we'll start with teachers in 3rd through 5th grade who have been identified to provide designated ELD for their students. There is a cost for the professional learning, and there are materials that are associated with this as well. And the materials have specific topics. So the first topic is the art of getting to know you. I think the second topic is around virtual field trips. So they are connected to the content. We are able to provide funding through our Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant, through our LCAP and our Title III federal funding. And in addition, there's administrator and teacher leader strands so that we can build that internal capacity at elementary in the first year. And then that gives us the opportunity to expand this to other teachers in 3rd through 5th grade in following years. In the second year, we want to focus on secondary ELD teachers of designated ELD and the secondary teachers of our sheltered content courses and any new teachers. And we don't want to conflict with the important work of the early literacy professional development that Director Galletti is working on. And so we have waited until the 3rd year to propose working with our TK through 2nd grade teachers of designated ELD. And then we would continue to include new secondary teachers and 3rd through 5th teachers so that we can create sustainability of this model over time. And so with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Mary Jo?
I just have one. Will there be training for our instructional coaches?
For the intervention
Yes.
specialists, yes, absolutely. They would be included as well. And I know they're also working on the early literacy, but knowing how important this work is to them, I know that they would want to be included, and they would be part of that teacher leader strand.
I'm glad you talked about about benchmark because I was going to ask that question. One of the reasons we were encouraged to adopt benchmark was because of the ELD curriculum and the fact that it was supposed to have sufficient training within the software and the materials. And so this is not separate curriculum. This is training on how to teach ELD using whatever curriculum you happen to have. Is that correct?
So it's actually, there are the professional materials. So it is a separate curriculum that goes along with it. So they'll be providing the professional development on the strategies for English learners, for ELD, English language development. And then in addition, they'll be using the curriculum as a vehicle. And the curriculum is really around designated ELD, and it focuses on Dr. Dutro's model around what I like to call what she calls the bricks and the mortar of language development. So the form and the function of language acquisition.
So does that mean that we will not use benchmark ELD anymore?
So benchmark ELD would continue to be used in those classrooms that are not. Engaged in this professional development model.
But then if the pilot works out and we are continuing to move forward, then we won't be, then we would be using this instead?
Yes.
Thank you. Steve?
To follow up on Trustee Larson, Board President Larson's comment, are you saying that Benchmark is not doing what we wanted it to do?
A lot of the feedback that I've heard in the years that I've been here is that teachers express frustration with that curriculum. Because it's so highly aligned with the Benchmark curriculum, teachers that aren't using Benchmark find that it doesn't meet their needs. And I think as a curriculum itself, what they have found through the practice is that it's challenging to use. When we include this professional development, we can create a tighter alignment of the strategies together with the curriculum.
Maybe I should ask Trustee Mary Jo Carrion, what do you think?
Exactly what she said, it's not being very effective. Benchmark.
I have some questions. I apologize, I had to step out for a moment, so you might have said this. You said this is a pilot, so how many teachers will be targeted with this pilot?
So what we'll be working on this first year is 46 teachers in grades 3 through 5, and those will be the teachers who are teaching designated ELD in those grades.
Okay, so, and I apologize for not asking this ahead of time. Could you explain the rationale for, in the second year, focused on secondary versus targeting the young learners for early childhood, the TK through 2, second grade, which in my mind might be a bigger demographic of students that would be English language learners. So I really am kind of struggling with that. So if you could explain the rationale.
Absolutely. What we want to be careful of is not overwhelming our teachers with multiple initiatives in the same year. And Director Galletti is conducting the letters professional development, and that's also the planning is a 3-year rollout. And so we didn't want to conflict with that and then overwhelm teachers with too many professional development initiatives.
No, that makes complete sense. That makes complete sense, and being in the field of implementation, that I can completely understand that. So in years 2 and 3, would the same number of teachers be targeted, roughly 46 in 2022, 2023?
It's dependent on the number of classes or the number of students who need designated ELD, and then what their levels are. So that's one of the benefits I think that talking about benchmark doesn't really provide, is that level specificity. So in EL Achieve, it really focuses on instruction for those students who are at the beginner level, at the intermediate, and the advanced level. So they will get English language development, designated English language development at their language learning level. And so we look at, based on our LPAC scores, how many students there are at each level, and then what we would need. And for secondary, we focus on those ELD classrooms because it's structured differently at secondary. There are specific sections that are for ELD and teachers who teach those sections, as well as sections for sheltered instruction and teachers who teach those. So in that second year for secondary, we would be working specifically with those teachers. That's the intention.
Okay, great. And I'm glad you mentioned sheltered instruction. So the strategies that the EL Achieve will support sheltered instruction as well?
What we'll be looking at is the integrated ELD for that model. So we'll be providing for sheltered teachers, it will look a little different because it will be focused on integrated ELD, while for those ELD sections, it'll be focused on the designated ELD.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay.
Anyone else? All right, I'll seek a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the contract with EL Achieve for our emerging bilinguals for professional development and materials. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. Looking forward to seeing some greater success with this program. Item 12.6, report discussion and possible action on the 21-24 Local Control and Accountability Plan, second read.
Thank you. So Dr. Vandekamp will take this one, and she'll highlight any changes or additions that have been made since the last reading, since this is a second reading. Dr. Vandekamp?
Thank you, Dr. Woodward. Again, thank you for the opportunity to share with you the updates to our Local Control Accountability Plan based on feedback from our Board of Education at the previous meeting. And so the recommendations and feedback were to continue to align our LCAP goals with our district organizational goals. So what I have here are the new district organizational goals for 2021, 2022. And so those are those would be then the shift that we would make in our goals for our LCAP. And secondly, the recommendation was to increase the funding and the scope for the early literacy initiative. And we are able within LCAP to do that, and we can use our carryover funding to do that. So that is work that I know Director Galletti is doing with Dr. Woodward. And so we'll continue to follow that, but we can provide funding through our LCAP for that initiative. In addition, I've linked the updated Local Control Accountability Plan to this slide. And then just to highlight the new district organizational goals for the coming year. And then in parentheses underneath are the goals that we had for our LCAP. And so you can see where the differences are in some of the language. And we met as an LCAC this past Tuesday, and we really spent some time talking about the district organizational goals moving forward, and focused also on goal 3 and how we can really look at our actions and services under goal 3 to continue to promote equity and inclusion in our work. So I wanted to highlight that as well. And so with that, I think that's the rest of this slide deck is the previous presentation, so that if there's any need to go back and look at some of the work that we talked about previously. So at this time, I'd like to ask for your approval of our Local Control Accountability Plan for 2021-2024.
So Pam, I just have a question. If we were to modify, for the purpose of clarity, the goals that are written into the LCAP, not necessarily changing the direction, but simply adding some words to provide additional clarification, do you foresee that that would cause any problems going forward?
No, not at all. In fact, I looked up the ed code for that, and basically we would just need to come back to the board. We would need to work with our stakeholder groups, but then come back to the board for approval, and then we could resubmit to the county.
Very good, thank you.
I was going to, I won't answer that question, sorry. Any questions from the trustees about Steve? Okay.
Hi, Pam, thank you for your report. Two questions. One, you said you increased our emphasis on, I guess, opportunities for students that are struggling. Could you be more elaborate? I think last presentation, we heard it was a 5-year presentation for like letters, or it would take 5 years. Also, there was a amount of money that was put aside. Could you tell us what difference there is now on that?
Well, I think the what the request was to shorten the amount of time, right? Speed up that intervention because it's so needed. And so from the perspective of the Local Control Accountability Plan, if that requires funding, we're able to provide the funding specifically through the carryover dollars, because we do have carryover from this year to next. So we would be able to do that through the LCAP. And then I would turn it back over to Dr. Woodward and then Director Galletti to talk about any plans to change the scope of the early literacy initiative.
I'll answer that by saying that we're in the development of finalizing details, and we can come back to the trustees and provide more information or keep you informed in the confidential updates.
Do you have to put it in the LCAP, or can you do it after? Or?
It's already in that initiative is already in the LCAP. So it is considered as, say, a line item for the budget. And when I report the budget out to our LCAC every month, we would look at what has been the spending towards that initiative. So it's very specific in there. But we would then increase the dollar amount that's available for that.
So you don't have a number as such yet? It's coming?
No, because I think because they're finalizing that, then we would, I would get that information from Ms. Galletti and Dr. Woodward, and then we would be able to allocate it.
Other questions about the changes since the first read? Nope. All right, are we ready? I'll seek a motion to approve our 21-24 LCAP.
I will move approval of the 2021 to 2024 Local Control Accountability Plan.
I'll second that.
Any other questions? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Great, motion carries. 12.7, report discussion possible action on the 2021 California Dashboard Local Indicators.
Excellent, thank you. Welcome back, Dr. Van de Kamp. This is your last one.
No, it's my last lap, I know.
Okay, so you'll be talking to us this evening about the local indicators, and we look forward to hearing your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so yeah, this is my last lap. So I appreciate again the opportunity to speak to you tonight about the California Dashboard indicators. And this is part of our statewide California Dashboard. Previously, we've provided this update in December. This past December, there were no, the dashboard was not presented and so, or released. And so now they have shifted the language in the Ed Code that the local indicators need to be presented along with the LCAP. So that's why you see me again this evening. So the local indicators, move my screen forward, there we go. The local indicators are part of the California Dashboard, which was established in 2017. And they focus on these 5 priorities. And so you can see that when an LEA completes either the self-reflection tool or meets the performance standards, the dashboard will reflect met. If we do not complete this or address the performance standards, it will reflect not met or not met for 2 years as applicable. So by providing this information, we are meeting our obligation for our local indicators. So the first priority is around basic conditions, and we want to make sure that students have appropriate instructional materials and go to school in buildings that are in appropriate condition. And we're required to inform the board of progress towards meeting this standard every year. And so you can see that in our district, there are no misassignments of teachers, of English learners, or total teacher misassignments. All students have appropriate standards aligned instructional materials. They have access for them at school and at home. And there are no incidences where facilities do not meet good repair. So we have met that first priority. For priorities 2 and 3, we are using self-reflection tools that are provided by the State Board of Education. And they focus on this following rating scale, looking at where are we in this process, whether it's in exploration and research, all the way through to full implementation and sustainability. Priority 2 focuses on the implementation of academic standards, and we look at it through several different lenses. So this can change depending on where we are in the adoption cycle and implementation cycle of materials. So you can see here, as we look at that implementation of academic standards, we see that in the area of professional development, we have full implementation and sustainability for our ELA and math. These curricula were adopted several years ago, but we are in the initial implementation for ELD, as we just talked about, next generation science standards, and history and social science standards. In the area of policies and programs, we are really in that initial implementation for all core content areas, and we continue to review our policy and programs and make adjustments so that we can move forward in our implementation. For instructional materials, we're at full implementation and sustainability for all of our core content areas. We've completed our adoptions and have those materials available for our students. When we look at other adopted academic standards, we see that we have full implementation and sustainability, specifically in the area of career and technical ed, and that we are working towards sustainability in the other areas of adopted academic standards. In the area of providing support for teachers and administrators, we have full implementation and sustainability in identifying these needs, but we need to continue to work on providing support on standards not yet mastered. So we're at that initial implementation phase. And at the bottom of this slide is a link to a document that has additional data around these local indicators. So you'll be able to see the actual rankings for this implementation of academic standards and the other self-reflection tools and narratives that are required as part of the local indicators. So in the area of parent engagement, we also use the self-reflection tool to measure our progress and engage in our communities. And we relied on multiple sources of information, including our thought exchange crowdsourcing platforms and that we've used in the past year, and as well as previous stakeholder surveys and other forms of community engagement. So in our area of parent engagement, you can see we are in that initial implementation phase around supporting staff to learn about the diversity of our community, and their strengths, cultures, and languages. But we have full implementation based on all of our sources around the capacity of staff to build trusting and respectful relationships and creating welcoming environments. In this area, we are successful based on our surveys and our input, and we are working towards sustainability. When we look at the area of building partnerships for student incomes, we can see that we need to continue to focus on providing professional learning, but we are have fully implemented our supports for understanding, helping families to understand their legal rights and advocacy, and then really with sustainability in that area around providing families with information and resources and policies and programs. And I just want to highlight in these areas the work that we've done with School Smarts to really help families understand how schools work, and both at the site and at the district level. And then the work that we've done with Loving Solutions and our parent project through our adult education department to be able to reach out to families who might need additional support. So those are programs that we have in place. In addition, we have our parent liaisons who have conducted a huge amount of resources or outreach this past year to families in order to build relationships and to build partnerships. In the area of seeking input for decision making, we want to work on further progress towards engaging families in our school site council, our English Learner Advisory Council, or ELAC, also in our LCAC meetings and other decision-making or governance meetings that are bodies that we have in our district. And so we want to continue to build the capacity of family members to engage in that way as well. In the area of school climate, we use the California Healthy Kids Survey, which is recommended by the California Department of Education to meet this priority. Our most recent California Healthy Kids Survey was administered in 2019-2020, And then this is scheduled to take place in next school year, 21-22, between October 17th and November 16th. And then those results will be reported to the Board of Trustees. So this information is from 2 years ago, or from last year, year before last. But you can see in this area that overall our students report high levels of school engagement. But what we see throughout all of these areas is continued decline in engagement as students move up in their academic career as they get older. For all students, we found a low level of meaningful participation. And so that's been an area of focus in multiple ways, especially through our student services in providing opportunities for outreach. Overall, our students feel safe at school. And again, that declines as we go through the school years. And then verbal harassment is an area of growth for us as well. When we look at substance use, there is little to no use at the elementary level, but that does increase over time as students get older. And in terms of behavioral health, we see the percentage of students who experience frequent sadness increasing over time as well. And again, there's a link to those local indicators, to the source data as well. Priority 7 is around the access to a broad course of study. And so a broad course of study means that students have course access in the required subject areas, and this is offered for all students, including English language arts, math, social science, science, visual and performing arts, health, physical education, career and technical ed, and other areas, regardless of what school students attend or where they live. And so when we look at this access to a broad course of study, our elementary students are in multiple subjects classrooms, and so they have access through their daily attendance, and this is measured through attendance and report cards. When we look at our secondary students, we can measure the access through their A to G completion and enrollment, the 9th grade math enrollment, AP course enrollment, and then our CTE pathway completion. We can also look at the daily instruction that's provided to our students in all areas. And when we look at the barriers that are preventing our students from access to this broad course of study, we see things such as course prerequisites, our math pathways, and also our lack of professional development to support culturally relevant instructional strategies and restorative practices. So in response, we are developing an equity plan and providing our professional development with our equity consultant, Nicole Anderson, and our development of equitable grading practices as we talked about tonight. And at this time, if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Questions on local indicators? No? We have to approve the indicators?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll seek a motion.
Yeah, I'll move approval of the California Dashboard Local Indicators for PUSD.
I'll second that.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you very much for the local indicators. We are running up right on 10 o'clock where we need to either adjourn the meeting or move to extend. So my calculations, we have about an hour left, so you want to say 11:30 to be safe?
I'll move approval of extending our meeting until 11:30.
No later than 11?
Later than 11:30.
Is there a second? Yeah. No, I
Second that.
tomorrow. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, well, no later than 11:30. All right, let's continue. 12.8, report discussion possible action on next year's budget. Mr. Shiklasamy.
Okay, I'll take it. I was hoping to be able to update the board on an approved state budget. However, that hasn't happened. So the current budget that you have in front of you is the budget that was presented at the public hearing on the 10th, and we've made no changes to it. Just a couple things to point out in the budget is that we do have, the legislature has passed the budget. However, it is a placeholder budget as the negotiations are ongoing with the governor's office. And three critical components that we are tracking in that budget and that we hope will come to fruition is additional special education funding, pension relief, and relief on the state unemployment insurance. And so those are critical actions that the legislature has taken that are different than what the May revise was, and we're hopeful that those are going to be incorporated into the enacted budget. So we're watching those carefully. And so at this time, we don't have any additional information to make any changes on the budget. Additionally, the state did come out with their documentation around the ESSER 3 funding, and so we have submitted our assurances to that program, and so we will be in that first apportionment cycle that will be coming. The next reporting cycle for a whole host of that pandemic relief funding is in July, and we'll be making those reports. The ESSER 3 does require us to prepare an expenditure plan, and submit that to CDE by the 30th of September. So we'll be coming back and engaging the board on that planning process. And it also does require us to every 6 months to update our COVID safety plan, and so that's something we're working with student services to also update as well. So we are kind of tracking all of those things. But in terms of the budget, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board members have, but it is the budget that we presented at the public hearing.
What was the third item you said that you were watching with the state special ed, pension relief, and I didn't quite hear the third item?
State unemployment insurance. So if you recollect, the state unemployment insurance was at 0.05%.
And then it jumped.
And it went to 1.23%. So that cost the district almost $1.5 million in the coming year. And so the discussions at the legislative level that they approved was that it would be a 0.5 for 2 years. So it would kind of flatten it out and lower it. So kind of keeping our fingers crossed on some of those key points.
So on those 3 points, you built the budget on the worst case scenario, right?
The budget that is in front of you does not include any of those potential changes that may be in the enacted budget. It is based on the May revise and does not include those assumptions.
But you don't foresee any, so when you say worst case scenario could be that they come back and add, or provide less funding or whatever it is, so you don't foresee that.
We don't foresee that, and the budget that's before you doesn't have that. It has the governor's May revise. That was what the school services recommended. That was what the advisory that we get from the county coalition. I always forget their name, Joan. The budget advisory back, yeah. So they all of their recommendations was based on the May revise because we that's what we know as of now, and so we'll wait for that. And then as part of that process, if the these are significant changes that are proposed. If those changes are enacted by the state, then we will come back with a 45-day budget revise in August, similar to we did last year. And so we'll bring that, for the board to review on August, I believe, 10th or 12th, whenever that board meeting is.
Yes, we have like 2 more significant or potentially significant updates. We have the 45-day revise and then unaudited actuals,
Correct.
Which they won't know at the 45-day revise yet either. So, and that's when we'll know what wasn't spent this year and, how much carryover there is and, things like that. I mean, the thing I'm a little concerned about this year is the legislators apparently have decided now that they've complied with passing a budget by June 15th, so they're going to get paid. And then there's the trailer bill language is really not close yet. I mean, I don't think that they've come to like agreements, and so, and there's the talk is that it's going to, it might be a little while yet before they pass all the trailer bill language, settle on it. So we don't know when we're going to know yet what's going to be in there. So it could be better, it could be worse, could be they take some money from this bucket where we've counted it here and they move it over into some other targeted, more categorical-like thing that we don't qualify for, because categoricals are back, so, and, or at least in my opinion, they're back. And so, we just won't know, so.
I'd like to add that I wouldn't call it worst-case scenario. I would say that we budget based on what we confidently know at the time. You wouldn't want to budget on what you hope appears, right? And so that's why we have the process for the 45-day revise and whatnot. So, but the longer that the governor and the legislature delayed this process, the more of an impact it has on us, both in terms of our budgeting, but also our negotiations process with our association partners. And so there's no confidence in the data yet, so it's difficult to get to that last piece, right, that we need to make those agreements. And so there's always a consequence when this process goes long, and it always impacts not just our budgeting process, but the negotiating process as well. So everybody's hoping that the governor and the legislature will come to an agreement and give us a budget so that we can continue doing our work.
No other questions? All right, I'll seek a motion to approve our 21-22 budget.
I'll move approval that we approve the 21-22 proposed budget as presented.
I'll second that.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, 5-0. Thank you. 12.9, report, discussion, possible action on Resolution 2020-2021.33 for establishing committed fund balances.
Right. I'm going to pass this one to our Executive Director of Fiscal Services, Tom Gray.
Hey, good evening. On the discussion of the possible action on Resolution 2020-21.33, the district wishes to formally establish a designation of committed funds. The district may establish its resources for a specific source by formal action of the Board of Trustees. Amendments or modifications to the committed fund balance must also be approved by formal action by the Board of Trustees. Committed fund balance do not lapse at the end of the year. The formal action required to allocate resources to the committed fund balance should be done by board resolution or majority vote. Additionally, the reserve calculation for the committed balance won't be part of the, as required by SB 858 when disclosing the reserve level disclosure requirements. So with that, we ask you to approve Resolution 2020-21.33, or if you have any questions, I can answer those as well.
Thanks, Tom. Questions from the trustees? All right, I'll seek a motion on 12.9.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2020-2021.33 for establishing committed fund balance.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve Resolution 2020-2021.33 for establishing a committed fund balance. I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call on this, just because it's a resolution and I'm not sure. I think it's, anyway, carry on.
Aye.
Mokashi.
Aye.
Maher. Aye. Miller.
Aye.
And Larson. Aye. Thank you. And 12.10, this is the report and discussion on the analysis of staff compensation. Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. Good evening, President Larson, trustees, Superintendent Haglund, Executive Cabinet, and community. Tonight we'll be presenting some data both to the board and the community as it relates to compensation of our employees. Last year we presented data related to our hiring practices as we made a paradigm shift as to our practices in hiring our management team. So we have Senior Director Mike Williams and Director Kim Ortiz, who will be joining us in making this presentation, and then I'll be taking any questions that the board may have. Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Good evening, President Larson, Board of Trustees, Dr. Haglund, Cabinet, and community. This evening, we will be presenting, Kim Ortiz and I will be presenting compensation analysis presentation based on local comparable school districts this evening. First, we always like to start off with our organizational chart in our Human Resources Division. As you can see, Mr. Hernandez at the top, and how it trickles down and who reports to who within our division and all the support staff that we have that works hard every day. Overview of the presentation. First, we're going to start off on why Pleasanton. Why is Pleasanton so great? What supports do we have in place to make sure our students are successful, our staff have the resources? We're going to talk a little bit about the expenditures that were in place to help support staff deliver the curriculum and instruction for our students during the pandemic. And thirdly, we're going to focus on the compensation analysis, which is going to take a look at certificated, classified, and our management staff comparisons. And to the right, you'll see the districts that we used for our comparison data. Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Williams. So why Pleasanton? The word that comes to mind is support, provided by talented staff, our classified, our certificated, as well as our administrative staff. People come to Pleasanton because of the support, whether it relates to professional learning and wellness efforts or specialty support in areas like technology or media or parent liaisons, just to name a few, which really contributes to our ranking as number 11 out of 440 school districts in California, based on the 2021 Niche Schools Review. So as we continue to think about supports for staff and students, and we'd like to take a look at this chart that represents the one-time pandemic-related expenditures through March 2021. You can see that the red, yellow, and green sections of the pie chart represent approximately 86% of those pandemic resources dedicated to supporting things like technology during this pandemic, instructional materials, risk mitigation measures, as well as, of course, professional development, which we were leaders and are leaders in the area of distance learning, which equates to about 4,600,000 out of the 5,376,000 that we received during the reporting period went to support efforts. Well, to break that down further, that equates to about $370 per student and approximately $4,300 spent per staff member. We really want to thank our business department, fiscal services, for their work in supporting the calculations and coming up with these numbers. So I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Williams, who will continue sharing some local information.
So one of the pieces that does get brought up frequently is kind of how staff can be funded. One of the areas that some districts, many districts, are able to support in their funding purposes for staff compensation is related to local parcel taxes. Many of our districts that are on our comparisons do have parcel taxes. What I have listed to the right of the presentation are the districts that we are compared to that currently do not have a parcel tax, Pleasanton Unified being one of them. This chart here will give you some context. Is our comparison, it's going to provide us a little history on compensation provided for our certificated non-management staff. Starting with 2011, moving on up to this current school year that we're wrapping up. The salary schedule step and column, 1.5% increase. And what I want to explain there, step and columns. The fiscal department budgets 1.5% because of the way the step and column system works, depending on if an individual increases their units, what column they fall in. It doesn't exactly equate to 1.5%, but on average it's 1.5% every year. That goes to count for the step and column. Though our top salary schedule does not move across, every other column does move, and again, budgeted 1.5%. The next column, negotiated salary increase. As you can see, other than the 2011 through the 2013, where we were in our recession, there were increases provided all the way up to where we're negotiating right now, which comes to column 3, where you can see the total compensation, the 1.5% totaled with the negotiated salary increase. You can see there. We also show what the state COLA was for that particular year. Again, the 2011 through the 2013 2 years, very unique circumstances, even to a point where 2011, 2012 actually had a negative COLA. Originally it was issued to 3.24%, but due to the net COLA, due to the deficit factor, it ended up being actually just over 1% negative. And then on the last chart, you can see what the compensation that is provided for retirement for CalSTRS. Kim?
Thank you. So the next 5 slides are taken from School Services of California, and it illustrates a comparative analysis of certificated salaries and benefits from nearby school districts, compared to nearby school districts. So at the beginning of one's career in Pleasanton, we're competitive. We're ranked 3rd out of the 16 districts. And the per diem, which is the daily rate, we're ranked 2nd. Moving on to the next chart. This is for a non-management certificated staff member in their mid-career. That's about step 10, and this reflects 60 units. And so you can see that we are, at this time, ranked 5th, and then per diem, we're ranked at 4th, which is the daily rate. And again, that's based on 60 units. And then at the top of our salary schedule, the maximum, we're ranked 5th, and again, that per diem rate, which is the daily rate, we're ranked 4th. This next chart is interesting. This is the computed average salary amount. And basically what that is, it's the total salary schedule divided by the total FTE. So at step 10, and again, this is an example at mid-year or mid-career, we're ranked 3rd, and our daily rate, our per diem, is 3rd as well. So again, that's the total salary schedule divided by the total FTE. This last chart, bar chart, is the total earnings for 25 years of service in this career. And you can see that we are 4th compared to our nearby school districts, putting us in the top 3rd out of those districts we were compared to. So Mike is going to transition into our classified comparison.
Thank you. As a reminder, in spring of 2020, through the negotiation process, we settled the classification total compensation study. Though during that process of negotiations and settlement, it ended up taking place where 29 of the 102 classifications were actually not at the mark or not at the mean. But the reason why the chart isn't represented on this slide is it's challenging. We have 102 classifications, and within those different comparable groups, our classifications fall in different places depending on which district and what classifications and job descriptions they have. So based on the overall, we have 29 that are below the mean at this point. Through negotiations, we are working hopefully to rectify that circumstance. But if you do the math, out of this 102, it is approximately 75% of our classifications are at or above the 50th percentile in comparable groups. Our management staff, in comparison, falls in the bottom third as it relates to comparable groups. As you can see on the bar chart here, some of those districts that we compare to currently do have parcel taxes in place, some do not, but you can see as our management salary schedule and expense is on the bottom third in comparable groups. Kim?
So as we bring closure to our presentation this evening, we started off with the word support. People come to Pleasanton because of the support. And we know that the value of a school district correlates to the property value. We know that it's imperative that we stay competitive. And we need to be really proud that that the Board of Trustees, it's been strong fiscal stewards. Demonstrated by illustrated by the data in the previous slides, we know our teachers on average are the top 1/3 of the salary comparison charts, are classified. We have approximately, like Mike said, 75% of classifications are at or above the 50th percentile. And our management group is below the 50th percentile as compared to the other groups. So again, we need to continue to be strong fiscal stewards and have competitive salaries to recruit and draw the very best to Pleasanton. We want to advocate for compensation above the mean for all. And as we support our students, really to make a better world, we need to have the staff, classified, certificated, and management all working together and bringing the best and the brightest. And you saw some of those individuals at the beginning of this board meeting this evening. So we'd like to transition to any questions. And we thank you for paying attention this evening at 10:16.
It's early yet. Questions? Mark?
Just a clarification then. So I'm looking at page 10, slide 10. And this is the mid-career, this as an example, mid-career comparative analysis of certificated salaries and benefits. Just the clarification is that we are comparing apples to apples across these districts. It includes both. If the district paid benefits, that's included in the salary amount that is shown here. We in our district have chosen to have the certificate employees pay benefits out of their salaries, so that's their.
Just a quick comment.
Yes.
We haven't chosen.
No. I mean the district or the
It was negotiated.
The bargaining unit.
It was negotiated by the union.
So that it is apples to apples comparison. Correct?
If I may, yes, that's correct, Trustee Miller. So years ago, there was a negotiation where APT negotiated to accept the compensation piece of the benefits onto the salary schedule. That obviously benefits our members and when it relates to STIRS and to retirement because the compensation then goes up. But that was a negotiated item. So yes, our members and the non-management certificated do pay their benefits with their compensation. But it is apples to apples. These comparison charts include the benefits. It's a full comp for all the comparables. So even though our compensation for medical is included, we are still ranking where we rank.
So if a certificate employee were to go on the open market and purchase benefits, which they would need, well, actually they can purchase the benefits through our plans as well, right? But if they go through the open market, they're paying whatever the market rate is. Whereas if they choose, if a district is paying benefits, then the employee the cost isn't the same at that point because you get the benefit of the district discount per se for volume and all that stuff? Or?
So there is a rate for CalPERS that's a massive rate because school districts are in CalPERS. If you go into the open market, there may be a cost difference that would be absorbed by that member. Again, there's all sorts of other ways of being able to obtain that. So what that cost difference, I don't know, Trustee Miller, but I could definitely get those numbers for you. But there is a benefit, and again, all of our employees are eligible to purchase benefits through the school district using our CalPERS program. The other advantage is that for our certificated staff, even if they don't take benefits while they're employees with us, as they retire, if they take benefits before they retire, 6 months before they retire, they can get benefits from the school district until they're age 65, which impacts our OPEB numbers. So even though our certificated members may not be taking benefits as employees, as retirees they can, and that burden is paid by the school district.
Through our other post-employment benefits. Yes, Steve.
Julio, when you look, and going along with what Mark was asking on apples to apples, I'm on slide 10. If New Haven is $97,000, now that doesn't include their benefits, or it does include their benefits?
All of the data is benefits included, so it's
Benefits
salary.
are included?
Yes, that's correct.
Other questions?
I just have a big picture question on slide or page 15 where it's management comparison. What are, and I apologize for not sending this ahead of time, I just kind of sprung on with the presentation. What are the long-term goals to increase the rating for the management comparison from third to improve that rating?
Thank you for the question. So with our CSEA bargaining group, as shown in the presentation, 29 out of our 102 are not yet at the mean, or what we were calling the 50th percentile, due to the compensation study that was done in 2019. We are proposing to elevate all of our employees, including CSEA, as well as management. That would take not giving the same percentage, because what we've done traditionally is that if one unit, say APT, received 3%, that would then translate to everyone else, although total dollar amounts are obviously different. So the strategy would have to be different. We would have to engage in a strategy where the different bargaining groups and or management would be receiving a different percentage in order to become competitive. And that would, again, management is not a negotiated, they don't have a union or an association. That would depend on the recommendation made to the board.
Just one other question, just for the benefit for the public, going to that slide where it talks about at the conclusion of the total compensation study, can you just kind of quickly summarize what was the process done to help put those classifications at or above the market mean, just very briefly to refresh for the public's benefit?
Yes, thank you. So we did engage in a contract that was a $100,000 contract with a company called CPS HR. Those were the consultant groups that came in. There were interviews conducted of our employees. There were study groups conducted to gather information as to what their function and their duties and their classification were. Then we looked at the job descriptions and rewrote the job descriptions to be able to support the elevation in some cases for the additional compensation. All of those steps were negotiated. It was a very long process. It took us close to 8 months to be able to get the final data. But the data was all negotiated, and CSEA was part of the process along the way. The end was to try to achieve the goal of elevating our classifications in the comparison group to the 50th percentile or above. What we discovered is that there were some classifications that were significantly above the 50th percentile. Others were not. Unfortunately, as the classification study concluded, the pandemic hit, which meant that we were looking at a 10% decrease in money. There was a lot of budgetary concerns. So we weren't able at that time to recommend the full study to be funded. That's not the case at this point. We are trying to negotiate ensuring that all of our classified employees are at the 50th percentile and above.
Thank you for that clarification. So just to reiterate one point that you made, so the process done is really aligning job descriptions to the qualifications and compensation aligned to those job descriptions.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So you mentioned that we're negotiating with our associations. When are the next meeting dates of those negotiations?
So we negotiated with CSCA yesterday. We negotiated with CSCA today. We are scheduled to negotiate with CSCA this coming Thursday. We are scheduled to negotiate with APT on July 8th. We are requesting, if possible, that APT meet with us before the 8th or after the 8th, as we have other, besides CBA, we have bell schedules and other concerns that we want to negotiate with them.
Okay. So, I mean, I appreciate the information. We've received comparison data, in 2018 and 2019. And part of one of our organizational goals is to work on recruiting, retaining staff, and making sure. And so we've heard from our labor folks that it's challenging for them to pay for housing here and all of that sort of stuff. It's also true for our managers, and we've made offers to administrators to come, or principals, administrators to come, and then they find out that, we don't do benefits and we don't do, then they turn us down. And so it's been challenging in some regard. We're still a very great place to work and get multiple people applying and really good candidates, and that's great, but sometimes it happens when people realize that we don't, have the same benefit structures. And so it's been a conversation at the board level and staff in talking about what are we going to do about that, to look at our compensation structures and try to start offering benefits and move that along, but all of those things have to be negotiated. And so, we've talked about this. We've talked about, having to start somewhere with making a change. And so I hope people, when they're looking at this, they realize that, we're not the lowest paying district in the county, but we have some room to improve, and we're going to do the best we can with the money that we get and the timelines of the processes. So negotiations has a process and a timeline, and we're able to do other things with administrators without that kind of lengthy negotiations process. So I don't know if everybody has any other questions. Steve, and then Mary Jo.
Julio, is it kind of standard practice that negotiations slow down during the summer?
At some school districts, Trustee Maher, we've always been here and available. We are currently negotiating with CSEA. We tend to do that in the summer. That has not been the pattern with APT, although I would hope that we can.
Well, I would encourage APT and ourselves to negotiate as often as we can, so possibly when we start the new school year, that is behind us.
Yes, we with the bell schedules, we need to negotiate the impact and effects of the bell schedules, not the bell schedules themselves. There's other concerns as we're approaching the opening of the school year, besides the collective bargaining agreement, that are important for us to engage in.
So July 13th is our next?
July 8th for APT.
8th?
Yes, and next Thursday for CSEA.
Is there a second date for APT? APT?
We have not yet secured another date. We're hopeful that we can secure.
I'm
more
also
dates.
hopeful. I probably speak for most of the board that we're also all hopeful.
Thank you. I wanted to, go ahead, Trustee. I just wanted to provide another piece of data. Our highest paid teacher works 185 days, is $113,728. Our elementary school vice principal works 200 days. Their salary starting is $118,280. So to be a vice principal in our school district, you take a $24 pay cut a day to be a vice principal. You take a $6 pay cut to be a middle school vice principal. So the incentive to become an administrator in our school district, if you're at the top of the salary schedule as an APT member, is negative impact to that person's salary.
So I'm looking at page 11, and I'm comparing Pleasanton and San Ramon, and there's like a $10,000 difference. But we have to use that money to buy our benefits. How much a month does an average? Thank you. How much a month is benefits does a teacher have to pay for a family, let's say?
So it depends on what they're purchasing, but if it's Kaiser, I believe it runs about $2,400 a month for family, about $10,000 a month if it's Kaiser single.
10,000 a year.
10,000 a year, excuse me, I apologize.
So they're pretty much making the same then, if you.
Yes.
Okay.
But again, the comparables, again, are apples to apples. It is the total comp for San Ramon, which offers full family if that is the situation of that employee.
Any other further comments, questions? Okay, that was just a discussion. Now we will move on to report, discussion, and possible action for the ratification of the agreement for Guerrera Construction Group for the off-site construction project at Foothill High School. Mr. Shikosami.
Great. I'll make this very brief. The board authorized a one-time delegation to the superintendent back in May of 20 for $1.5 million. The project was competitively bid. We received 3 bids, and the low bidder was Guerrera Construction Group at $1,086,250. That project has been approved by the city. Encroachment permits have been issued, and so we're excited to start that project very soon because that's a tight timeline. The city is also contributing towards funding of that project through an agreement that we have with them. This has been a big win for this project to get these bids in.
This is the loop and the stoplight and all that stuff?
So yeah, this is the offsite. So this will be a new light. The existing light, one of the existing lights will be removed, and a new light will be installed to create a larger loop within Foothill. And then when they exit, it'll kind of correct the issue. Currently, they're coming in the wrong side. The kids are being dropped off on the wrong side, and it'll correct all those issues.
So I'll move, well, unless anybody has questions.
Second?
I'll move ratification.
Well, it's been moved and seconded to approve the ratification. Are there any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that carries. Wait, that was Mark and Steve? Okay. On 12.12, report, discussion, and possible action on the agreement for play equipment and surfacing at the Harvest Park Preschool.
Great. Again, the board has approved the first part of this project, which was the actual construction of the playground. That includes the hardscape. This piece is for the actual purchase and installation of the play structure. This project is being funded by grant dollars, and a portion of Fund 40 and a portion of the bond dollars that are related to the scopes of of Measure I-1. The DSA just approved the project, and so with that, the agreements are being executed, and after this board action being approved, we will also get this piece of that contract going as well.
Questions? Super exciting.
I just have a comment.
Go ahead.
No, just for my friendly neighbors that live down the road, just remember to do all the work and be conscientious of the noise hours and construction time, and so I don't get anyone knocking on my door bright and early in the mornings.
Yeah. And if you do, just let us know, and we'll make sure that that gets corrected.
Anything further? All right, is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the specified play equipment company for the play structure and surfacing at Harvest Park Preschool.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That's super exciting. I can't wait to see that come to
There's going to
fruition.
be a lot of fun projects, hopefully ribbon cutting in the fall.
Yes. 12.13, possible discussion, RDA, possible action on amendment number 5 for Robert Bothman Construction for Leidixon rebuild and modernization.
Great. I'm going to see if, Eric, are you on the line with Van Pelt?
Yes, I am.
Great. You want to take this one? It's a little complex.
Yeah, I will take this one. So what this is pull ahead scope, which means that the scope of this amendment was supposed to be in the final lease amendment with Bothman, which there will be one additional lease amendment. But what we realized as we encountered some existing conditions and we got the existing buildings demoed was that there were some underground conditions that we didn't know about with regards to the fire line and the low voltage systems. And so in order to avoid shutdowns of having to reroute these underground lines, in order to avoid having shutdowns during next school year, we want to pull this scope of work ahead. And so we worked with Bothman, we negotiated this amendment, and this is that scope of work to correct those underground connections so we can make final connections to the building without interrupting school.
That sounds great. Questions from the trustees? Yes, sir.
Eric, are we able to do this monetarily because of the money we've saved on that project?
This is all part of the original scope, Trustee Monitor. Okay. So this is still all within budget. We still have budgeted money for the last phase. So this remains in budget. We haven't tapped into any of the contingency or any of the savings.
Great, great.
Anyone else? Nope. Is there a motion?
I'll move approval of the lease amendment number 5 for Robert A. Bothman Construction for the Leidixon Elementary project.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great. All right, 12:14.
Okay, this is a redo.
It's a redo.
This is a redo. We won't point any fingers down. Tom, do you want me to take it, or do you want to take this one?
Either way, yeah, this is a redo. We had talked about redoing the grading section, right? But, you know, on June 10th, we brought the EPA resolution to the board. And as a reminder, this is no additional funding, but we bring it back tonight for update on language having to do with Prop 55. And this is based on additional information received from the County Office of Education that we should include that Prop 55 in our EPA resolution. So we're, again, redoing this resolution for you to approve tonight.
Are there any questions from the trustees? All right, we do have one public comment, I believe, on this item.
We did, President Larson, but that person is not with us right now.
Oh. Okay, so they're just not in the room?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
They're no
All
longer
right.
here.
Well, I'm sorry. We will, hopefully, if you have something that you wish to add, can email it to us, but we were going to move ahead. So I'll seek a motion on this item.
I'll move approval of Resolution 2020-2021.32 for possible use of the Education Protection Account.
And is there a second?
Second.
All right, this is a resolution. So carry on.
Aye.
Makashi.
Aye.
Maher.
Aye.
Miller.
Aye.
Larson, aye. Thank you for the patience on that item. Last one, 12:15, report discussion, possible action on employment agreements with Superintendent Haglund, Assistant Superintendents Julio Hernandez, Ed Dialazo, Janelle Woodward, and Ahmad Shiglasami. I will take this one, and then I will open it up for questions and comments. So just as I mentioned earlier about the cycle of how things happen, this is the time of year when the contract opportunity comes forward to make any changes to the contracts associated with the superintendent. As we mentioned at the, or as I mentioned at the last meeting about the evaluation, upon the satisfactory evaluation of the superintendent, there is 1 year added to the contract. So in essence, there's a 4-year contract that exists, presuming, again, a satisfactory evaluation, which we gave the superintendent. So at that point, it would automatically then, if nothing happens, it would just be added another year onto the contract with no changes. And so the contract sort of like gets like it just sort of lives in this sort of limbo with amendments, and it doesn't really ever get like updated with the changes that have happened and to any amendments that you do along the way. And so this year, based on some changes in language that Cal STRS issued about how they're going to treat certain things in retirement and how they want to see language written, which protects the employees and also, in some cases, protects the district. So rather than try to do some amendments again, we just decided to do a new contract. So there was some negotiations, and I have to say the idea that there was, I believe the speaker said I can't remember what it said, backdoor or secret deals or whatever. This is in public. The contract is posted. This is not a secret deal. But the process of looking at ways in which we can make our administrators competitive so that other districts don't lure them away from us means that we took a look at it in terms of the whole district. Like, what are we trying to do to improve our competitiveness with our other administrators, with CSEA, with ABT? What are those types of things that we're trying to get to in negotiations with our employee associations, and what kinds of things can we do to offer to our administrators so that we can hire good administrators and we can keep the ones we want to keep. So that's what occurred. So the superintendent and I worked on the contract. Contracts for the assistant superintendents were aligned to contain many of the same components. I had legal look over the superintendent's contract to make sure that it was fine. And so these are the types of things that we implemented. The contract had things in it already that did not change. His contract has like a step and column, like our other employees have. The base salary is that you see on the agenda item here is already the base salary. It's just that when you saw the contract before, each year's amendments hadn't been incorporated into that. So that isn't new money. That is what the superintendent is making already. But we added paid medical because that's what we're hearing from when we're looking at hiring administrators, that those are things that they're considering and determining that what's right for themselves and their families. And so to be competitive for our existing hiring, and in the eventuality when this superintendent is done with us, which I hope will be a long time from now, that the new superintendent will look at the existing contract when they're applying for the job, which is, that's the way that process works. So we're looking at it from a competitiveness for the whole organization. So those are the things. So then the net to this change, to the amendments in the contract, is $54,143.65, which is disclosed in on the agenda. And these are the contracts that will be, if they're approved tonight, will be in place. If they're not approved, if the board decides they don't want to make those contract changes, then the current contract lives on with just one more year added on, because that's the way the rules are written in the contract, which includes the step and column and includes those other provisions. Any questions? Yes.
Joe, not a question, but I wonder if you might explain, when you give such as benefits, that actually, in the end, helps the district, doesn't it, because of retirement benefits we pay out?
Well,
because the health benefits are separate than the salary.
They are separate from the salary.
Can't quite explain all that, but I think it benefits the district in future years.
Well, I mean, so STRS is really getting really picky about including, putting, I don't even think it would be possible to do what was done here now. Because they feel it's pension spiking. So adding additional dollars to a contract or to contracts instead of providing benefits, which makes the compensation higher that the pension folks would be looking at and therefore paying benefits on, is more frowned upon than it used to be, I think. So I'm not sure I understand what you're asking me. Does it save the district money?
Let's say any of the superintendents, instead of giving benefits, you gave them a $12,000 raise. When they retired, then their salary is higher, which means our responsibility to assist with that is higher than if we
True, because we have to pay a contribution.
Exactly.
And they have to pay a contribution. So it actually, they pay more as well.
Benefits don't count as salary, I guess you would say?
They don't count as salary.
Am I correct on that?
I didn't ask this question before, but I do notice that it came up because of some conversation we had about something else earlier, which is that there's no in lieu of here for the benefit, right? I mean, they basically have to take the benefit. There's no, like, they get cash in lieu. What is the acronym for that one? It's Cash in lieu. Cash in lieu, yeah, right?
Lieu of benefit, cash in
Lieu of benefits. That is not in part of any of the contract.
No. And just also, I got a question from a teacher about longevity, because teachers don't have longevity on their contract. They have a very long 20-year step thing, and CSEA does not have that. They have a much shorter, and then they're capped, and so therefore districts all over the state for non-certificated, again, typically their steps, some of them are column, their movement based on experience each year, whether it's called step or column in whichever district, is much shorter for CSEA. So then they add things like longevity. So after 5, let's just say for the sake of argument, after 5 years you get another 5%, and after 10 years you get another 10%, or whatever it is. It's whatever gets negotiated. It's whatever is the districts all have different ones. And so our classified employees have longevity on their contracts. So the idea of adding longevity benefits to these contracts is, again, to retain, to keep people keep them interested in continuing to stay here to hit those marks. Because then there's, as this district has experienced, turnover in senior management and turnover at the board level is destabilizing. And, you know, when you look across the state, it used to be if you got, 7 to 10 years from a service from a superintendent, not 7 to 10 years of their life. You got 7 to 10 years service from a superintendent, and that's just not true anymore. The last, several 10 years really has been really hard on senior leadership, and if you get 5 years, that's like great. And so I'm thrilled that we've had the 4 years and would like to continue to have additional time without any turnover. So that's the rationale for what's proposed.
So that was actually my question, and I'm sorry I didn't ask it ahead of time, but what is the attrition rate for superintendents and cabinet in general, timeframe that you've seen? Probably directed-
2.5 years for superintendents.
And for cabinet?
It's a little bit longer than that, trustee, but not by much. If we average within 4 years, and just the turnover rate, I think Dr. Haglund is probably one of the most senior superintendents we have in Alameda County at this point, because of the attrition rate being so high. As far as the assistant superintendents, our neighbors in Fremont, Dublin, and other places, the turmoil that it causes is evident, but that stay rate is also very destabilizing because there's only about 3 to 4 years that we have as far as longevity is concerned.
And salary compensation for cabinet and superintendents, how does Pleasanton rate compared to neighboring districts?
We are asking for that research and that data. I know the county is putting that together for us. There's also a report from School Services of California. We do have data. I apologize. We do have data for 2019 where the superintendent ranked the bottom 1/3 of salaries in our Alameda County.
Could you repeat that again? I want to make sure I heard it clearly.
Bottom 1/3.
Bottom 1/3.
Of the superintendent's salaries, I believe to be accurate, was second from the bottom in salary compensation as a superintendent.
On top of prior to this proposed modification without medical benefits. In Pleasanton has been an issue, correct? So previous cabinet and superintendent did not have, they had to pay for their medical benefits.
That's correct, and this is again data for 2019. We are trying to gather more current data. We were hoping to have that for the board today, but the county has not yet completed that analysis.
Thank you.
Well, in the newspaper today, they mentioned Dublin, and they're making more. Sorry. I just had a question, too. Somebody asked about the 3.5%. Do you want to explain that?
Yeah, so actually, I don't know that I have the words handy. It's in the contract, the language about the explanation of that, and STRS required it to be there. So
it's the average step and column of certificated 3B.
I know, I was going to pull it up, but I can't. I'm linking it.
I have it.
Thank you. Would you read it?
Having the goal of providing the superintendent with consistent salary increases in accordance with CalSTRS creditable compensation guidelines adopted January 1st, 2015, and in an effort to maintain equity with other certificated personnel, the superintendent shall receive an annual step increase each July 1 of this agreement equal to 3.5% of his then annual base salary, which shall be added to and become a part of his annual base salary. The step under this section is based on the average or median percentage increase given on the certificated teacher's unit salary schedule for a step and column raise.
So that's required?
No, the explanation is required.
Okay, thank you.
And you're still willing to negotiate with our members, right? Because,
Absolutely.
okay. I've just been getting a lot of phone calls saying, you know, why are you giving them a raise and we're not getting a raise? So, but you're still actively involved in that process.
Teacher members you're talking
Yes,
about?
yes, yes.
Well, as I said earlier, I want them to come and start meeting with the team.
The other thing to recall is that with both the steps for classified, the steps for the cabinet members, and the steps for APT, the step and column adjustments occur on July 1st without regard to negotiation. And so those additions are pending in the next payroll.
So just to expand, Trustee Larson, on what you were saying, so just to recap, organizational long-term goal would be potentially to shift current compensation, for example, for educators to potentially include benefits paid by the district down the road. And so, as you stated, the idea is to really support setting that potential opportunity, starting with executive cabinet, superintendent, and having.
Well, I really see this as an equity issue, actually. So, you know, the initial movement, and this is largely a Northern California thing that happened where the benefits got put on the salary schedule. You know, it worked out very well for folks who had a partner, a spouse, who had benefits. So you were covered by your partner's benefits, and so you got an increase in salary. And that works great for folks who have a partner a little bit farther along in their career. So if you're a brand new teacher and you're trying to get a job and you're trying to pay rent and whatever, and you're not married or have a partner who works in tech or something, you know, it makes it, we're less attractive to those new teachers who also may not have some family resources that can help them put a down payment on a house, for example, or whatever. So that chunk of money that they would have to pay out of salary for benefits, it's a big deal to a new teacher. And I never talked about my son being a teacher like for 4 years, and this year I've mentioned it like every meeting, I swear to God. But for example, San Diego Unified pays full benefits for the teachers, and the salary schedule is not that worse off than ours. And he's like, I would never come to a district that doesn't pay benefits. He values that as a new teacher very, very much. And he's just an example. I'm not saying everyone is like that. But it is something that we hear, you know, when they're at recruiting fairs, you know, when teachers are reading contracts and seeing what's available, you know, and they're comparing, and some, you know, folks who are younger and, you know, we're at a competitive disadvantage in that regard. So yes, I think, you know, like I said, we've talked about this. We feel it's something that this district kind of needs to move into offering for our employees. So how to get there is always the challenge. So any further comments or questions? Is there a motion? I have no public comment on this item.
I will move approval of the new employment agreements with Superintendent Hagland and Assistant Superintendents Julio Hernandez, Edialazo Janelle Woodward, and Ahmad Sheikh Al-Islami.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve 12.15. And I have no public comment, right, Patrick? I just checked. No? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Great. Well, look how early we are. Board requests and reports. Anything anyone wishes to report on or a request they would like to make?
Just a comment. I had an opportunity to attend the Economic Vitality meeting the other week, had a great discussion. There were presentations made by biotech companies, including Roche and a couple other companies, and there was great dialogue about just
continuing to strengthen partnerships with local businesses, with Genentech and, the other types of small businesses with biotech that are blossoming in our community, and having conversations to continue to strengthen, whether it be conversations with the district, CTE, ROP, providing additional opportunities for recent grads or internships and options for our young graduates to have opportunities within the biotech field. I know that there's a lot already in place, but continued conversations to help strengthen that. So that was a very great discussion. And then just a comment that down the road with our conversations with equity, maybe to take a look at our grading policy or, any modifications with any policies related to the grading that may or may not apply based upon some of the training that we're having coming down the pipeline with Feldman and whatnot. So no rush, but down the line. So.
All right, with no further reports or requests, this has just been an amazing year in so many ways. We've learned so much. It's like, what do they, I have something stuck on my wall that says, life begins at the end of your comfort zone. And we have been reborn this year, I just have to say. So anyway, I want to thank everyone, the community, for getting us through this and extending us the grace to fail and try and improve and serve this community. And I'm glad the year's over. So, barring any unusual thing happening, we typically do not have meetings in July. I wish everyone a happy summer, and our next regular board meeting will take place on Thursday, August 12th. And at that time, we are planning to move our start time of the public meeting to 6 p.m. In order to provide, make it a little easier for some folks to attend and then get home and get to sleep at a regular time. So with that, we are adjourned.